organizations, the Native American National Council of American Indians, bipartisan political leaders, civil rights organizations and groups throughout the country. And, you know, there is this lack of acknowledgement by the NFL of the wrong that was done. And you know, simple apology is, you know, sometimes just saying you're sorry is very valuable.
You'd like to hear that from the league.
Well, I think it'd be good. I mean, why do things simply for financial reasons? Why not do it for the right reason? And just because you're wealthy, you know, doesn't mean that you just should profit from humanity, but you should be humane yourself.
This is, as I think you have put it and you're alluding to here, a step in the right direction, but there are still other steps to take. I think about, for example, the Kansas City team name, that there is some action building around there. Can you talk about your advocacy on that front for further change as it relates to these offensive team names?
Well, we've seen such a radical change in the country from our efforts that began about 10 years ago, and such an awareness of what these names mean. And social science tells us that it does real damage and real harm. So I believe there is a broader discussion that to be had about these names, because we were never included in any of the discussions and the use of this name that affects our children. It, especially in this situation, is about our future generations.
Yeah. To that end, talk about what you hope the end game is here, right? Because while this moment is a kind of a milestone or a benchmark for justice here, it is certainly not the end of the fight.
Right, it's a victory. I mean, it's always going to be a struggle. Wealthy organizations don't always necessarily pay too much attention to others who are not in their position. But here's a victory for society globally, because all societies that want to have more inclusivity, more respect for one another, this should take note here, because this is what you need to do. You need to talk to the people who are affected, include them in the conversation. It would have made all this unnecessary.
Ray Halberter, thank you so much for your time and your important perspective and sharing that with us on the show today. I really appreciate it. Next up,
thank you.
Some more breaking news with spy agencies revealing, or at least some panels sharing some new conclusions on Havana syndrome. What some experts have zeroed in on is possible causes. This is just out. We're going to have Ken Delaney jumping in front of a camera for us in just a second.
Well, well, well.
We have never been given the full answer of how many Americans are left behind. And this is an epic disaster for the Biden administration that he is seeing in his poll numbers. But what's worse than what he's seeing in his poll numbers, Martha, is I think that just debilitating effect it has had on the morale of so many people in the military who fought in Afghanistan, only to see this president squander the blood and you know, the American lives that we left there.
Here is Senator Dan Sullivan on that earlier today. Watch.
In my view, the only reason this is classified is because it's a debacle that they don't want the American people to know. The American people need to know and understand what's going on. And I'll tell you which group of Americans in particular: American veterans.
You know, you mentioned the 13 dead Americans at the airport at the Abbey Gate, and the president made it clear that there would be retaliation at a place and time of our choosing, I believe were his words. And that subject has been completely dropped, Morgan. I haven't heard anything about what will be the retaliation for the deaths of those 13 young service members.
That's right. And not only that, what we did have in the New York Times and really excellent reporting. What we apparently did have, Martha, was a botched attack that ended up killing someone that had, you know, nothing to do. It was like the guy was delivering water. It had nothing to do with ISIS. And that's right. And so ever since that happened, we've not heard about over the horizon strikes. We haven't heard any sort of strategy from the administration on how they're going to counter the threat of ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. You know, remember that this is a failed state, and guess what is right next to them? Pakistan. This is a state that has nuclear weapons, right? And terrorists have long said, and Mike Waltz, congressman, has talked about this a lot on Fox, terrorists have long said that they would like to get a hold of a nuclear weapon. Well, now you have basically a terrorist state that Biden has enabled with our precipitous withdrawal. And it's not just the withdrawal, by the way. In the Trump administration, Mike Pompeo and our team, we negotiated what we thought was going to be a peaceful end to the war in Afghanistan. So we were also not, our arguing that we needed to keep troops in Afghanistan for forever. But what we were arguing was a responsible withdrawal. Under Mike Pompeo, we had to get 100,000 Americans from around the world home during the international lockdown during COVID. So this can happen, right? We had to get 100,000 Americans, not just from one country, but from all over the world. So this just, I think that speaks to the fact of what a planning failure this is. And at some point, they need to be clear with the American people and let us know how many Americans we left behind enemy lines.
Well, we know there's still veterans groups who are getting people out as they can and as they're able to, and they have done yeoman's work on that. For the administration's part, they say that this report from Axios was cherry-picked, that there was a lot of planning that was going on prior to that, and they think it's, you know, essentially an unfair characterization of where they were. But as you say, you can look at the facts, look at the people who were, you know, hanging on to airplanes on the way out. But Morgan, thank you very much. Great to see you.
Thanks, Martha.
So the key swing state where President Biden is struggling right now with voters he could also lose potentially a 2024 matchup to Hillary Clinton in this state. Some brand new numbers, and Bill Hammer to break them all down for us joins me next.
.com/TV today.
What kind of bad stuff do you do?
Here on this broadcast with us, watch the ball.
Competitive edge. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Flores is recognized.
Their job, vet the nominee, have the confirmation hearings, and then confirm.
Senator, while we have you, very quickly, what do you think of Whoopi Goldberg being suspended from The View for 2 weeks?
Well, I know Whoopi. She's not anti-Semitic. She chose Goldberg for her last name, for her stage name. I think she gave a really fulsome and sincere apology. I think what she said wasn't quite what she meant, and I thought it was great that she had they had the Anti-Defamation League, the head of the Anti-Defamation League on. I don't know how they've handled other guests or hosts on that show before, but I was very taken with how sincere and fulsome the apology was.
All right. Former Senator Al Franken, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, a new report by the U.S. intelligence community is pointing to a potential cause for the mysterious Havana syndrome. We have a live report on that next.
Nurse Mariam Sabo.
Being maybe just a little bit more.
I talked to Hugh Freeze yesterday for about a half hour during practice. I appreciated how candid he was.
Adels-led Warriors versus
positives with him, and he, really accentuated that he's never been around an athlete, at Ole Miss or anywhere else, that is so humble yet confident. He knows he can do anything in any situation.
Arc that time. Shireman backing down Bruns.
Gaps exist. Now, the panel did not identify any device capable of inflicting these injuries, but the bottom line here, Hallie, is that we are still looking at a series of possible attacks on Americans abroad. The group of victims is not nearly as large as it once seemed, but even 24 people attacked would be a significant issue, Hallie.
Ken Delaney, thank you for staying on top of this story and its developments for us. We appreciate it. Next up here on this show, the new moves to roll back trans rights in South Dakota. The latest on sports and bathroom bills there, with some new developments and around the country.
As a new small business owner,
this afternoon. Mostly cloudy skies. High 11. Winds north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy. Low -9. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, sunny skies. High 13. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Insurance, so you only pay for what you need. And we gotta do it fast.
Woo! 34 miles per hour! New personal record, Limu!
He'll be back. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty. Let them stop.
Where on earth, except in science?
Let this go wrong. Okay, it is
That's a pretty big patty.
It is a pretty big patty, but I mean, it's got to fit on a burger, right?
I feel like this could use a little more sriracha.
Well, that's because you like to put a lot of sriracha in things.
I do.
I don't know. So I really like, I think you could do this with hash browns too pretty easily. I love a potato, like a hash brown or a potato pancake, which is really essentially what this is. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if it's browned enough yet.
Like you wouldn't even have to put it on the burger.
I think so, right? No.
Should I turn it up a little bit just
Turn
to
it up
speed
a
it
little.
up?
Yeah.
How's it looking?
I think it's starting to work.
Yeah, it's kind of like pancake. You want it to be at that point where you can pick up the whole thing and flip it. It looks like it's working.
Okay. Should I flip it? No.
Yeah.
I mean, I just meant like I'm not going to do the thing where you fly it in the air, right? Okay. Let's get the cheese on there.
Whatever cheese to it you want.
This is good stuff. Okay. So tater tots, are they really just only potato?
It says potato puffs on the bag.
Oh my gosh, it does say potato puffs on the bag.
Oh no, it is still a thing.
Right.
It literally says
So they actually have
puffs.
onion in them too already.
Yeah, that's why dogs can't have them. I turned it up really high so the cheese would start melting. We do have a finished one over here, but this one doesn't have cheese on it.
Oh. Well, pull that over. Maybe you can, because we don't have another burger either, so.
Do you want the sriracha mix or do you want?
I want this sriracha mix. I'm going to try it. Why not?
Ketchup?
So I'm going to put this on here and try it. Yeah? Yeah?
Do it.
Do it? Do you celebrate National Tater Tot Day?
I am today.
Do you usually?
No.
Okay. But companies navigate change, meeting them where they
You've got job numbers coming out this Friday. The White House is already downplaying them because of Omicron in early January. Well, Build Back Better is dead in the water.
But they've pushed the State of the Union back about as far as you can go. It's usually around January 31st.
And
You're doing it in March.
And even so, what will you be able to brag about on the 1st of March for that?
Well, they're hoping that time is going to be on their side. And you've got a March State of the Union, which is very unusual. Thanks for sticking around, Bill. And congratulations on your Bengals. We got your whole, my Patriots are out of the mix, obviously. Tom Brady has retired. So I'm gonna cheer for your team.
I appreciate it. It's been a good month, but we need one more.
I know.
Right.
So exciting. And you're going to be there.
Be there.
He never misses a Super Bowl. Do you know that about Bill Hemmer?
This is true.
Never misses a Super Bowl.
You know me
He said,
well.
Martha, it's the greatest show in America.
Every year.
And you got me to
You're
go
right.
for the first time years ago. All right, we got to go. Got to go. Bye, Bill.
See you
Good to
soon.
see you.
Okay.
So, did Chris Cuomo take CNN chief Jeff Zucker down with him? And what Katie Couric may have revealed in her book some time ago that we have dug up. Howie Kurtz joins us next.
For the health of Senator Lujan and his recovery, but this does impact the Democrats' agenda and an evenly split Senate. So with him being out, they do not have the majority. They can't pass legislation along partisan lines, and especially with the Supreme Court nominee coming up. So a 4 to 6 week timetable is incredibly fast. It's also a sign that he is able to recover and he will be able to function in his current position, and that he's going to be able to have a full recovery from his stroke, which is expected. So this is big and good news, not only for the senator, but also for Senate Democrats who have an agenda that they still want to pass, Hallie.
Leanne Caldwell, thank you very much for bringing us that piece of developing news. And again, the senator for now expected to make a full recovery, thankfully. Thank you. So, South Dakota, one signature away, from banning transgender athletes from competing against the gender of their choice. The bill, which passed the South Dakota House on Tuesday, now heads to Governor Kristi Noem's desk. The law would require all athletes to compete with competitors matching the sex they were assigned with at birth, no exceptions. Another bill passed by the South Dakota House would ban students from choosing which bathroom they use. It now heads to the Senate. State legislatures across the country are aiming to pass similar bills in 2022, with dozens of states considering or passing them only weeks into the session. I want to bring in now transgender athlete, activist, and founder of transathlete.com, Chris Mauser. Chris, thank you so much for being on the show with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Talk to me about what bills like this one in South Dakota do to an athlete who is just looking to focus on their sport, on competing.
Yeah, it's quite heartbreaking for me as a transgender athlete to see that younger versions of myself will be unable to access all of the amazing things that young people get from playing sports. Not only does this impact the transgender athletes who are banned from participating with their peers, further othering them in a way that already impacts transgender youth across the country, it also impacts the way that we talk about and treat trans people in our country. And when we have our lawmakers saying that, comparing us, likening us to terrorists, as was happening in South Dakota, talking about us in a way that denies the validity of who we are and acknowledges and affirms our pronouns and our identities, it's really a situation where we see why last year was the year that we had the most violence against the trans community. These bills are about sports, but they're absolutely about so much more than sports.
So what is your message then to these state officials, to these parents who are concerned that cisgendered athletes will be edged up by trans athletes?
Yeah, there's no reason to believe that. There's been no proof. Trans people have not ever dominated in sports. We are participating with our peers. And, the truth is that some athletes might be good competitors, and we have to allow for trans people to also be able to excel in what we do. But for the people who are really worried, I think that we need to remember what this is really about. And this is about young people playing sports with their friends and gaining all of the incredible benefits that come along with playing sports. We're not talking about the most elite Olympians and Paralympians right now. We're not talking about the most elite competitors in the world. We're talking about young people having the same opportunities as their peers, and that's really what we need to focus on.
I'm struck by something you said, Chris, when you said that you see yourself in some of these younger athletes. And I wonder sort of the emotional impact that it's having on you. Could you share a little bit more about that, what this means to you personally?
Yeah, absolutely. As somebody who's still competing on Team USA as a transgender person, I really take seriously my role as a role model and as someone who can inspire young people across the country to know that they can be their authentic selves and continue to play the sports that they love, and that they don't have to compromise any part of their identity. And it's incredibly difficult to do that when we have our elected officials making rules and policies that are based in political movements, not in any reality or any sort of harms out there. And so, when I think about my younger version of myself and not being able to access all of these incredible benefits of sports, and sports are my entire life now, and so many people that I work with and mentor are in the same situation. And I just think that we need to remember the humanity of the people that we're talking about here. Trans people are people, and we play sports for the same reasons as everyone else, and every person should have that opportunity. And we really need to keep in mind that we're talking about young people, that we're talking about people, and that this has very real impacts on our mental health, on our ability to feel like we can go out and access the same things that our peers can access, whether it's sports or a safe place in the classroom or a place in the office. So we need to think about the bigger picture of how this is impacting transgender people across our country.
Chris Mauser, thank you so much for being with us and for sharing your important perspective here on the show today. I really appreciate your time. That does it for us for this hour of Hallie Jackson Reports. Deadline White House starts right after the break.
At VisionWorks, we want you to feel safe, and we want you to...
It was a crime.
Oh, let me see this.
Oh!
MVP candidate perk?
Off the curl.
MVP candidate perk?
I'm not answering it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's literally your job is to answer that question.
Yeah, literally. Not from you.
Investment of our critical goods.
while creating good jobs. Let's get this done so we can ensure that our economy is secure and strengthen our global competitiveness. I yield back.
Next on CNN.
Oh, it's that time of year again. Time for a crowd wearing top hats and tuxedos to gather at Gobbler's Knob in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, to ask a rodent for a weather forecast.
With my shadow I have cast, then a long, lustrous 6 more weeks of winter.
Okay, by the way, he has no credibility, that groundhog right there. The NOAA Weather Service estimates Phil's predictions are only right 40% of the time, okay? Less than half of the time. But you love this, Victor.
I have wanted to go to this event for years, but I only remember on Groundhog's Day that I wanted to go to that last year.
What looks so appealing?
These people at 6 in the morning are lit. I mean, I just want to be there. Get me a satin top hat, some tails, a Keystone light, and just some time to meet some folks. And by the way, his real name is Reggie. That rodent's name is not Phil.
Well, that's a groundhog, first of all. I don't know if
he's a rodent.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Since you're going there,
okay.
I just want the proper respect.
You wouldn't go?
No.
Oh, I would love to go.
I'm happy to watch it on TV. I think it's entertaining, but you know, it's cold.
Coats.
Yeah.
And
top
and
hat.
the beverages.
And
they work.
There you go.
All right, the Lead with Jake Tapper starts right now.
Potentially the biggest personal foul in the history of the NFL. The Lead starts right now.
On Tuesday, former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores sued the league and 3 of its teams, alleging racial discrimination and unethical hiring practices. Flores' suit is loaded with explosive allegations. He accuses the New York Giants of bringing him in for a, quote, sham interview after already deciding to hire Brian Daboll instead. He says Dolphins owner Stephen Ross offered to pay him money to lose games on purpose in 2019, and he accuses Denver Broncos executives of showing up hungover and late to his interview with them in 2019. This morning on Get Up, Mike Greenberg asked Flores to discuss a text exchange he had with his former boss, Bill Belichick, that Flores says is what convinced him his interview with the Giants was a sham. Take a listen.
We detailed earlier a text exchange you had with Bill Belichick, for whom you worked in New England at some point, in which it appears he was congratulating the wrong Brian Daboll, rather than Brian Flores, for getting the job in Buffalo. We've all read that, or excuse me, leaving Buffalo and getting the job with the Giants. We've all read it. When you first realized the mistake he had made, what was your first reaction?
Disbelief, humiliation. That was a tough pill to swallow. And that, I have a great amount of respect for, Bill and Brian Daboll. Brian's a great coach. I think he's going to do a great job as a head coach in this league. I was upset that I wasn't getting a true opportunity to show what I can do, to show what I can bring to a team, which I feel is a lot. I think that's what I've shown in my time as head coach.
That's what this is all about as well. There's just not equal opportunity. This is not a knock on Coach Daboll. This is a knock on the fact that the job was promised before Coach Flores even got an opportunity. And there's backroom dealings and information that Coach Belichick knows. Why? Why is that being discussed? Why do people have this information? Why is a decorated coach like Coach Flores, humiliated into having to sit through an interview and dinner when a decision's already been made?
It's worth pointing out that the Giants said in their statement that Brian Flores was a candidate for this job up to the 11th hour. What is the response to that?
Notice they don't say up to the time that he actually interviewed. So they don't even deny the allegation that we put forth, which is that the job had already been given to Brian Daboll.
And so, Coach, I'm sure there are many watching who will wonder, why did you go on the interview at all? If you felt it was a sham, as you suggested in the lawsuit, why did you go?
Because I believe that, innately people are good and are going to do the right thing. And there's no way to allow them the opportunity to do the right thing or at least make it a fair situation unless I went there and showed them that I am qualified. I am a leader of men, that I am passionate about coaching and building relationships and I'm gifted to coach. I mean, I am. I know that. And I wanted to show them that. And I think they saw that in the interview. But I would say, I think those text messages confirmed a lot of what a lot of us, black minority coaches already feel. That we're going into these, and they're shams. It confirmed that. A lot of there's a belief in, look, that was just a mistake by Belichick. We've all sent the wrong text message to somebody. But in this instance, it came to me, and it was almost, it was confirmation that those backroom dealings were happening.
Lots to get into today on NFL Live. I'm Dan Graziano here with Jeff Saturday, joined by Keyshawn Johnson and Adam.
At least say to you personally, I'll give you $100,000 each game you lose?
Yes, he did. Absolutely. It's not something you make up.
In response, the Dolphins say the implication that we acted in a manner inconsistent with the integrity of the game is incorrect. Flores' supporters point to the league's dismal record when it comes to representing people of color in head coaching positions, with just 3 head coaches of color, including 1 black man, out of 32 teams in the league, while 70% of the players are black.
I have 2 sons. They're 8 and 7. I've got a 5-year-old daughter. When I look at them, I don't want them to go through some of the things I've had to go through.
And Jake, in the NFL, in their statement, they said that diversity is basically core to everything that they do. But Flores' supporters say that flies in the face when you consider how players like Colin Kaepernick have been treated, and when you look at how people of color are not represented in the field of coaching. And also they say this all comes down to basically the owners, what the owners are willing to do and what the owners are not willing to do. Jake?
Jason Carroll, thanks so much. Let's talk about this with Dante Stallworth, a former NFL wide receiver who played 10 seasons in the league. Dante, Flores called the NFL racially segregated. He says it's run like a plantation. What do you think? Was that your experience?
I know for coaches, it's a lot has changed over the past few years. As far as the Rooney Rule, I think when you look at what people have talked about, particular what Coach Flores has talked about as them just checking the box, I think players, owners, and NFL staff have known that that's mostly what these teams have been doing. And when you listen to Brian Flores speak about being humiliated and disbelief and anger, it says that the NFL is a microcosm of American society. And this is not only happening in the NFL, but it's happening in top corporations and organizations around the country. And so for Brian Flores to take this stand against one of the most profitable, biggest entities in the country, it's really saying something, because he's a young man. He's 40 years old. He's got, 20 plus years ahead of him in coaching. He's a great coach. I was with him in New England. Now, it's really hard because he's a young guy in his coaching career. He's been in the league for a long time, but he's young. He's 40 years old, and he has a lot of coaching in front of him, but he knows that he's putting that career at risk by taking a stand. But I think it's really courageous of him to do that, because he seems to be opening the path, or he wants to be opening the path for other black coaches in the future.
You heard in that piece someone describe him as the Rosa Parks of the NFL, but I wonder if he's more fated to be the Colin Kaepernick of the NFL, in the sense that he's really taking a risk that nobody's ever going to hire him for being so outspoken. I'm not criticizing it, but that is a reality, don't you think?
Yeah, and he's acknowledged that too, and it's sad because, like I said, he's young, he's 40 years old, he's a really good coach. I've been around him in New England for a couple of years, and the players like him, and it's really disheartening that I think when you listen to him and his allegations about the Miami Dolphins owner wanting them to tank games, to lose games intentionally, and paying him off for that. Now the league is venturing into this whole online sports betting, and it's really troubling to think that a team owner would do that, because if a player was to do that, that player would probably be expelled from the league without question immediately. And so it comes into question now, what repercussions, if these allegations are proven to be true, what type of repercussions will the Miami Dolphins owner face? Because you can't have two.
have experience with this candidate, but all of a sudden you go into an interview, they knock your socks off. You go, you know what? You're the man for the job. I'm taking you because I've seen what you've done with the New England Patriots. I've seen what you've done with the Miami Dolphins, and I have a ton of respect for that. You've swayed my decision, and although I have a relationship with somebody else, I can move past that to make this happen. And I think when we see the process was, quote, a sham, that is disheartening and it's discouraging. And when you take a man who has spent 20 years in the NFL working to this point and he feels like his only avenue is to take it through litigation, I can't imagine the seat that he's sitting in, because he had to be literally feeling frustrated to no end to go, this is my only avenue. While he is a finalist for 2 other jobs, because he knows it's not just him, it's the men that he's trying to get hired from his staff, the next head coaching job for a coach of color or a black head coach. It's ridiculous and it's frustrating that we have one black head coach in the NFL. It's a freaking joke. I've said it all day today. I don't understand but ultimately it's the owner's job to get the best men in the job, and the best qualified are coaches of color, black coaches. It makes no difference. Give them a shot, but right now we're not doing that.
For those watching who may not know what the Rooney Rule exactly is, its goal is to increase the number of minorities among head coaches, general managers, and executives. Requires teams to interview at least 2 diverse candidates. It requires them to have at least one in-person interview with at least one in-person interview with an external minority candidate for any general manager or head coach opening. Now, here's a look at the way things stand in the NFL in terms of minority head coaches. Go back to 2017 and 2018, there were 8 minority head coaches, but as of right now, the NFL has just 3. There are still 5 head coach openings remaining for the 2022 season, but this is clearly not the trend the NFL was seeking when first instituting the Rooney Rule. Here's more from Brian Flores on Get Up this morning on his motivation for filing the lawsuit.
Why did you feel you needed to do this?
Because we need change. That was the number one reason. And I know there's a sacrifice, there's risk to that, but at the end of the day, we need change. We need change. I know many very capable black coaches, some of my staff who I know, if given an opportunity or when given an opportunity, are going to go and do a great job on their interview. And I would just hate for that to be a waste. And I think we need to change the hearts and minds of the people making those decisions. That's why we filed the lawsuit.
Who are those people? Who specifically do you think needs the change?
The owners of the NFL. I would love to lead an NFL team, but we need change. The hiring practices in the National Football League, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, there's one black head coach. The league's filled with 70% of black players. I know there are capable coaches in this league to lead teams. I have some on my staff. I know the majority of them, I would say. I know what kind of integrity and character and leadership that they have, and they deserve an opportunity, a real opportunity, not a Rooney Rule opportunity where a box is checked. And look, the National Football League, I've been in this league 18 years. The National Football League is an example to the world. It really is. They have an opportunity. People follow the lead of the National Football League. They just do. That's how powerful this league is. So there's an opportunity here. There really is. I said it this morning. We're at a fork in the road here. These things are either going to stay the way they've been, or we're going to move in a direction that will not only help and affect change amongst the black minority coaches in the National Football League, but it won't just be there. I would like to see the hearts and minds, and I say that, I want the hearts and minds of the people making those decisions to change in a way where they want to or have a feeling to hire someone of color, that they can relate to that person, that they can build a relationship with that person, because I think that's a little bit of the issue. The familiarity isn't there. And I think we need to open up a little bit more, and there's an opportunity for that.
Do you believe you will ever coach in the National Football League again?
I'm hopeful that I will. I'm very hopeful. but I understand the risks of filing a lawsuit like this. But I am hopeful that I will. It's something I'm passionate about. But if change comes, and if I never coach again and there's change, it'll be worth it. Look, I mean, this isn't about me. This is bigger than football. This is about equal opportunity for qualified, black candidates, not just in football, but everywhere in all industries.
So, Adam, we know the league has talked about this publicly as a problem, the lack of minority representation in the head coaching ranks. And you hear Brian Flores calling for change. How does that change happen ultimately in the NFL?
Well, I think that we talk and start with the fact that there are 32 teams and there are 32 white owners, essentially, right? That's what we have right now. And so when you look at Brian Flores' lawsuit, and he would argue all the evidence that's in there, and the NFL releases a statement and says that this doesn't have any merit, I think we could look at the lawsuit and all debate that. But then you look at the record as it is right now. There have been 4 hires made so far during this coaching cycle. All have been white coaches. There are 27 jobs that have been filled in the NFL, 27 acting head coaches right now. 1 is black. So there are 5 teams right now with openings that we're waiting to be filled. And we'll see at the end of this head coaching cycle how many black head coaches there are. Doesn't look like there's going to be many. You'd hope it would be significantly more than 1. And so for all the talk and conversation that there's been about the Rooney Rule, you're hearing Brian Flores himself say he obviously doesn't believe and trust in the process. And I know that he's not alone in not believing and trusting in the process. And the work that the league has tried to do to increase minority hiring has not worked. It just has not worked. So I don't know what it is that's next, Dan. But whatever it is that they're doing right now needs to be revisited and revised.
Yeah, there is a lot of talk about it and a lot of suggestions going on. Key, this has been going on for a long time. Since 1965, the league's been dealing with this. What more do you want to add?
You know, Dan, it really has been going on since 1965. If you go back in the history of the National Football League and you think about the 4 black men, the forgotten 4, so to speak, when you say, hey, Marion Motley in 1946 was reintegrated back into the National Football League as one of the first black players in the league, and in 1965, he wanted to coach for the Cleveland Browns. Ironically, a team that he played for didn't have room on their coaching staff. His quarterback, Otto Graham, had a coaching job with the Washington football team. At the time, it was the Washington Redskins. He couldn't get a job there because George Preston Marshall was the owner, and we know about him. That was never going to happen at all whatsoever. He went as far as to coach, Jeff, semi-pro women's football to show people. Now, this is a guy who played in the National Football League and played for the Cleveland Browns. He had to go to women's semi-pro to show that he can coach, and he still wasn't able to get a coaching job, to the point where when you look at it in 1921, Fritz Pollard was the last black head coach until 1989 when Art Shell was hired. So this goes way back. This is nothing new. We've been dealing with this for a long time. And like Adam said, white owners. What is the common theme there? White owners. And that's what it's been all the way back since 1965.
Yeah, I think when you think about what the ask of Brian Flores is in this lawsuit, and he's talking about transparency in the hiring process, and what does that really look like? And that looks like when you're getting hired, you see exactly what you did well, what you didn't do well. I mean, listen, I was part of after Gene Upshaw passed away, I was part of hiring the NFL PA executive director, and we had a group of men who had to do this, and we had very concrete questions. We asked each individual the same exact questions. We had all all the answers, and they were portfolio. We understood exactly what we were doing. And then the conversation would obviously go off in different directions, and you would take notes and you would write down things, but you would have these conversations so that if anybody ever came back and said, well, what did I not do well? And there were candidates who would. They would ask, hey, why didn't I get it? Or what box did I not check? Or what should I have said differently? You could go back and clearly state why you were going where you were going. I think that's what Brian Flores is looking for. He's the one to say, hey, listen, if we're not getting jobs, I want to know that the interview made a difference, that I'm moving in the right direction for assistant coaches to move from an assistant coach to a head coach. What else do I need to do? Because when you think about it, and I'm just saying this right now, looking out, if you're an owner and you can't look at Eric Bieniemy, you can't look at Leftwich, you can't look at Jim Caldwell, and you can't look at Brian Flores and say all four of those dudes could run a team right now, you're lying to yourself. Because all four of those men, I mean, Bieniemy's in a position where everybody who's held that spot has gotten a head coaching job, and he ain't got one. Like just look around, man. Like read the room. Like, it ain't that hard, right? You look at Jim Caldwell gets fired in Detroit after 2 winning seasons. You look at Flores, who has winning seasons in Miami, and it baffles you that guys like this who have played the game or coached at the highest levels continue to get overlooked. So if you're transparent about it, now you can at least look at the sheet and say, okay, why is this person getting hired over this person? Transparency helps cure all those kinds of problems and issues, because then you can clearly see what happened.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what exactly the changes that they're looking for in this lawsuit, it spells it out. Among the things that they're looking for, increased influence of black individuals in hiring and termination decisions, increased diversity of ownership and decision makers. You see this list. This is from the lawsuit, the relief that they are seeking in the lawsuit to try and create change that would actually have an effect.
And can I say something else? So I worked with Troy Vincent in the PA, and now he's obviously a major part of the NFL and on Park Avenue. I think Roger Goodell, Jeff Pash, Troy Vincent, they have done an excellent job of creating programs, of having coaching pipelines where you can get minority coaches in positions. But at some point, they don't hire anybody. Yeah. So like when you're looking at those things, they're not the ones hiring. Ultimately, the owners are hiring. That's where the onus has to be placed. There has to be some kind of transparency of why they're hiring the way they are, because all of those things are in place and they are trying to execute them. But unfortunately, we've seen obviously a reduction in instead of an increase in what we're looking for.
We're going to have a lot more on this later on in the show. Right now, we do have to take a break. When we come back, Jim Harbaugh is interviewing for a head coaching job in the NFL today. Adam Schefter will give us the latest on Harbaugh's possible exit from Ann Arbor.
Before, during, or after the election. We know that the only person who called on his voters to commit voter fraud was Donald Trump in North Carolina, told them to vote twice. It's a felony there. We know that Chris Krebs, lifelong Republican, was fired for declaring that what Waldron alleged back in August, September, and October didn't happen. There was no interference. It was, quote, the most secure election in American history. So I guess it's not remarkable that Trump's attention was turned toward the liars and not the truth tellers in his own ranks. Yeah. But it does suggest that the plot, it started way before Election Day. It started way before the defeat. They started laying the ground to do this, it would appear, in August.
I would take you one better, Nicole. It started, that ground became fertile in April, in May, when President Trump indicated that, if I don't win this election this November, it's because of fraud. I mean, you go back and you listen to what the president was saying at his rallies, what he was saying in his engagement with reporters around this issue of the election. Trump had made it very clear. We know internal polling back at that time showed a great vulnerability for the president on the issue of COVID, that as this process began to unfold, these narratives around the health and safety of the nation began to take its grip on the families and communities across the nation where people were getting sick and dying. Their attitudes were changing. That was reflected in the internal conversations and polling inside the White House. So you can begin to track where the president's thinking evolved to lay down the predicate about this election. This was not a recognition of his failure as president to keep safe the American people, but rather a way to address that failure and still win the day, win the argument. So it began long before we got into the fall, where it became critical mass for the president to lay out a narrative that would rally his troops to the polls and then ostensibly afterwards, but then also begin to utilize the mechanisms and controls of government on the way. And a test case of that were the summer riots. And the president's response to that, Lafayette, for example, of how he manipulated the Joint Chief into not only marching with him, but donning his uniform to walk across Lafayette Park. So it showed the earlier manipulation of these agencies and the narrative by Trump long before we got into the throes of the aftermath of the 2020 election.
How about taking those nice long walks again, or gardening?
As at any other point in the pandemic, do you agree?
I feel optimistic about getting back to normal, but you know what, Jake? I felt optimistic last May and June also, right? We were all talking about July 4th, things going back to normal, hot back summer. We failed to predict, of course, that Delta was going to come to the U.S. And then last fall, we thought we'd get through the Delta surge, and then Omicron surprised us. So I am very hopeful. I am certainly optimistic, but it is a cautious optimism because there is a lot of the country and a lot of the world that is not yet vaccinated. We have no way to
show your love with 20.
Is he going to be a guy that scares me to death as a defensive coordinator when he's out?
Colleagues to support this bill and yield back.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
The gentlewoman's right.
Spin this in and they roll on its axis.
This crowd ready to celebrate.
In 1920, halfback Fritz Pollard led the Akron Pros to a championship in the newly formed National Football League. The next season, he accepted the role of player-coach, becoming the first black head coach in NFL history. Today, his impact is felt through the Fritz Pollard Alliance, an organization advocating for diversity in coaching and front office positions.
University of Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh is in Minnesota today interviewing with the Vikings for their open head coach job. Harbaugh has spent the last 7 seasons at Michigan after serving as head coach of the 49ers from 2011 to 2014. So let's bring our own Michigan man, Adam Schefter, back in here. Adam, what's the latest on Harbaugh and the Vikings?
Meeting with ownership this afternoon, Dan. They're trying to get a feel for one another to see if this is a relationship that they want to move forward and advance. And I think everybody could agree that if Jim Harbaugh is in Minnesota on this day, and if the Vikings are interviewing him for a second time, that there clearly is mutual interest. You don't do that to Jim Harbaugh before somehow figuring he's not going to be in the mix. The question is, do they want to move forward now with him? Do they want to wait for one of the Rams coordinators or another candidate after the Super Bowl? We'll see what they decide, but Jim Harbaugh is in the building today as we speak. They're going through the process. And again, we'll see what the Vikings owners ultimately decide to do here.
And both Rams coordinators and also Giants defensive coordinator Patrick Graham candidates still for that job. Let's get to some quick reads brought to you by Discover. Jeff, starting with you, what do you make of the fact that Jim Harbaugh is interviewing in Minnesota today?
Man, Shefty and that Wolverine faithful, they better recognize my man headed to the NFL. If you ain't there on signing day, because I live in the South. I've seen what Texas A&M did, Alabama's doing, Georgia's doing. If Michigan ain't keeping track with that, my man is headed out of town. Can't be doing that on signing day, fellas.
Certainly, Jeff, and when you look at it, he deserves to be in the National Football League.
Yes, sir.
You talk about his record in college. He did well at the University of San Diego. Stanford obviously speaks for itself. The San Francisco 49ers, where he compiled a 44-19 record and still going to the Super Bowl but not winning. And then see what he's done in Michigan. The program is in good shape. He deserves the NFL.
Jim Harbaugh holds the 5th highest winning percentage in NFL history among coaches with a minimum of 50 games coached. When we come back, former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores alleges that he was offered money to throw games. We'll dive deeper into those allegations when we come back.
I'm the latest hashtag challenge. And everyone.
For Georgia offensive guard against Florida.
And now that we have won the election, imagine that you're trying to fulfill your campaign promises. Imagine politicians are trying to live up to their word. That's all we're trying to do. That's what the governor is trying to do. And we have our Attorney General, Jason Miyares, who argued that very same case right now before the Virginia Supreme Court. Now, you ask, well, what is the issue about, them us winning elections and now they're out of power? Elections, as a president said to us not so long ago, President Obama, that elections have consequences. And so these are the consequences of, winning an election. We get to fulfill our word. The parents are looking for us to do that, and we are going to.
Right.
How difficult is it, Charles, to say those parents who want to mask their children, mask your child. But if you don't want to mask, don't mask them. I don't understand how that impacts you at all.
Yeah. Lieutenant Governor, I want to change the topic here for a moment because the suspect in that deadly shooting of 2 officers at Bridgewater College making a court appearance today. This is a nationwide epidemic, the rise in crime. What are your thoughts, particularly as we see just 2 more officers, taking this sort of damage?
My God, my God. Here we are reaping what some politicians have sown. They have vilified our law enforcement officials, and so people are emboldened to do whatever they think is their idea of right. It's whatever their truth is. And if their truth is that policemen are bad, well, then they're going to do things to get rid of them, aren't they? And so what we're saying is, we're not going to allow that to happen. We are a nation of laws. We understand that our policemen need training, our police women need training, law enforcement, they need some more training, and that's what we're going to do. Yeah. But how can it be that we are losing our law enforcement in this manner? Not just in Virginia. You saw what happened in New York.
Yeah.
I was raised in the South Bronx, and I just can't believe what's happening. We have the gentleman, John Painter, a former police chief in the Grottos, and he decided he was going to retire and come to Bridgewater, a safe community, retirement, nice, a quiet community. You're not even safe there, apparently. Yep. And then he was, as you probably know, the best man to J.J. Jefferson. And by the way, Mr. Jefferson just celebrated a birthday, and he instituted, when he was at Shenandoah University, so many safety features on campus that he was given an award in 2017.
Yeah.
And we have to remember, when policemen are running, they run towards the violence while we're running away. They put a vest on and go to work every day. Yeah. These are our heroes.
It's really heartbreaking.
God, what is happening to us?
Well, you know what? A lot of it goes. This rhetoric is this war on police started as rhetoric more than a decade ago, and it's mushroomed into this. And the people who've authored it, at some point, we need to hold them into account. Lieutenant Governor, it's a pleasure. My first time in.
Experienced climber to be able to tackle them. The 3 rental items that we offer here.
World, but there's also a real concern that some of these NATO allies, particularly the United States and others, who have been very vocal in denouncing Russia's buildup and in encouraging Putin from deciding to invade, that those countries may also be on the receiving end of some sort of cyber attacks, and that also may come in the early stages of a possible invasion or incursion, that as a way even to deter away or to take everyone's attention away from what might be going on in Ukraine by getting us more focused here on what might be happening more domestically. So that's something that officials I'm speaking with are very concerned about. But they still, the paramount thing that we're hearing about is this very real concern about these newer capabilities that Putin has along the border. And specifically, we're hearing more and more in the last couple of weeks about this buildup up in Belarus. They have very advanced air defense systems. They basically have the ability to own the airspace over Ukraine with some of the capabilities that they have there now.
I want to play for all of you something that Congresswoman Cheryl said on our air about Ukraine's readiness.
I think Putin has underestimated the will of the Ukrainian people to fight against this aggression. This is not 2014. These are people that understand what freedom is. They can look in Crimea, they can look in the Donbass where Russia is occupying their territory. They can see that people that tweet against Vladimir Putin end up in jail. They know what they're fighting for, and they're ready to do so.
Courtney, how much?
Do a little bit less and said, I'll give you $100,000 for every game you lose?
Exactly that. That's just not in my DNA. That was never going to happen.
So what did you say to him?
That's never going to happen. I didn't come here. Look, I'm always going to try to win. That's just, that's who I am. And I owe that to the players in the locker room, but also the support staff that's in the building. Who work extremely hard. If you've been in an NFL building, everyone in that building, his job is important. And everyone works hard to try to get on the same page and move in the same direction. And I felt like we were building that type of culture. So I would never do that to them, you know. And at the end of the day, I think it was the reason why I'm no longer there.
We mentioned this is a developing story, and there is a new development today. Flores not the only former NFL coach claiming that he was asked to lose games on purpose. For more on that, I want to bring in ESPN Browns reporter Jake Trotter, who's on the phone with us now. Jake, former Browns coach Hugh Jackson has added his voice to this conversation. What did he have to say?
Yeah, Dan, I spoke to the executive director of his foundation, Kimberly Deemer, this morning, and texted a message with Hugh Jackson as well later on in the day. And basically, they said that something similar happened with the Browns, that Hugh was paid to lose games in 2016 and in 2017. Those seasons resulted in back-to-back #1 overall picks that the Browns made, selecting Myles Garrett and Baker Mayfield. They didn't really offer many specifics about a dollar amount or how this transaction may have gone down, but according to Deemer, she told me that everything she has stated is well documented and has been presented to the league. And she added that this type of behavior, referencing the Flores accusation, did exist, and she said it compounds the discrimination that black coaches face in the league.
Thank you, Jake. You can hear from Hugh Jackson tonight on the 6 p.m. Sports Center here on ESPN. Jeff, your reaction to this discussion about tanking games?
Yeah, man, if these accusations are true, this is as disrespectful as it gets to the game. And I think what Coach Flores said is so true when he talks about it's not just him, it's his support staff, all the assistant coaches. They get labeled as coaches who can't find a way to win. All the players, by the way, when coaches get fired, players get fired. Families get moved on both the player side and on the coaching side. So when you're talking about that, I have so much respect for him saying, listen, I'm not going to do it. It doesn't matter. I can't go back in there and look at those men knowing we're not putting forth the best effort we can do to win. By the way, players sacrifice most of their lives in how we eat, how we train, how we study, all of those different things to get to this level. And every week that you go out there on Sunday, you're putting a performance on for the 31 other teams. It's a job interview for those 31 teams because you know it's not for long in the NFL. So when you have owners who are acting like this is no big deal, just tank it, we're going to get this draft pick, who, by the way, is a 20% chance of being really good, and that you're willing to tank everybody else for a year or two to get that, could not be more disrespectful to the game.
Correctly that Hugh Jackson accepted the money to tank, or they offered the money for him to tank?
I think what Jake Trotter told us was that he was offered the money to tank. Again, we'll hear more from Hugh Jackson tonight on the 6 o'clock Sports Center directly from him. But curious, Key, what your reaction is on hearing all of this.
Well, I think it's, number one, it's disgusting, okay? Us as football players and those guys that coach us, we're in the game to win, no matter what the situation is. We're not in the game to tank, to worry about the next draft pick or who you think is going to help the team. This is not the National Basketball Association. This is not the NBA. One guy in the National Football League is certainly not going to, all of a sudden, you draft him and you go to the Super Bowl. It doesn't work like that in football. So tanking to get a better draft pick, are we sure that's why they were tanking or thinking about tanking? Or was there some other little underlying things going on? You got to be very careful with this thing because we assume it was all about the draft picks, but I'm sure there'll be more out there as time goes on. As you say, this story continues to develop.
Of course, as you might expect, the Dolphins denying that accusation in a statement they released yesterday. Pleased to be joined now by Robert Griffin III. Robert, your thoughts on all this discussion about the Dolphins and the Browns and losing games on purpose and all this?
Yeah, you know, we knew that there was going to be more information that came out. I just don't know if anybody expected Hugh Jackson to come out today and say that he was offered money and or took money. I know there's a little uncertainty about what that was, but, you know, if he took money for losing games for years upon years, that's, you know, he went 1-31. That's a lot of money for all those losses. And I just so happen to be a player who played on that 2016 Cleveland Browns team. And I vividly remember right before we got to the regular season, they cut a slew of veterans that were going to help us win games, that knew how to be pros, and we went into that season with the most rookies, I believe, ever on the active roster in NFL history. So when you talk about the work that guys put in, if Hugh Jackson was offered that, or that was the plan there in Cleveland for that year, I'm a guy that was adversely affected by that. And you know, it kind of throws me for a loop because I knew we were going to be talking about Brian Flores, but in this situation, we're talking about things that are impacting people's lives. Flores said he would never take that money. He would never do that because it's about the integrity of the game. And as everybody on the panel has already stated, the integrity of the game, these guys like myself, we're putting everything we possibly can into it. The weightlifting, the nutrition, the studying, and for a coach or an owner to say, you know what, we don't care about that. We don't care about your career. We care about draft picks or something else down the line is beyond disgusting and very infuriating.
Yeah, I mean, guys, you know, having played in the league, like when you're thinking about, you know, a season and going through a season, and you're thinking about the draft, like, I mean, is that at all in your mind? Like where the team's going to be picking in the draft?
I was with the year that Peyton Manning got injured, we were 2-14. We had just come off a Super Bowl, now we're 2-14. It was a brutal season. Never one time. In fact, I used to tell people it was one of my most prideful seasons. I fought my tail off. I got everybody around me to play as hard as we could. We did not win many games, but by God, we went out there and laid it on the line, and I watched guys around me get better. Did we need Peyton Manning to be good? Absolutely. We didn't have him. It didn't work out. But, man, everybody else on that roster, man, they fought their butt off, and that's what it's about. Like that, I have never met a player nor a coach who I would ever look at and they would say, oh yeah, we're gonna mail it in. Like that's just not ingrained in you. You've been built from somebody from small playing little league football all the way up, man. You ain't mailing it in. It's about the guys you're playing beside and helping benefit all of them. And you realize how fast this career happens, and that this might be that person's last one. You dang sure ain't gonna quit on somebody. That's like I said, man. It's freaking terrible.
No, once you lace those cleats up and you put those pads on and you go out on the field between those white lines, Jeff knows this and RG3 knows this as well. I don't give a damn how bad your team is.
Yeah.
We know we gonna lose, but we gonna fight like hell to win.
Yep.
No matter how, we know we gonna lose.
Yeah.
I knew as a rookie going, whatever, we finished 1-15, I knew the Jets was a bad football team, but we was gonna fight like hell to get it done.
Yep.
I mean, that's just, so, you know, owners, for the most part, outside of Jerry Jones, they ain't never played football, man. Them dudes ain't played. They don't know what it's like. So all they think of is, we're going to win. I want to win so I can talk to my friends down in West Palm Beach at our little events. That's what they thinking about. They don't know all the hard work and sweat that's put in inside those locker rooms. Standing on the sideline pregame with their suits on with the security guards behind them. It's a disgrace to even hear somebody have to make that accusation that they were being offered money to lose football games.
Hey, Key, and here's the thing. I want to make sure that Key and I and Robert, all of us, we're not saying this about every owner. We're saying about the ones that are accused of this. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, man, the owners I played for, them dudes were about winning. Like, they were putting up cash. They were putting up time, energy, and effort. Irsay was putting it in. Like, I never had a doubt that dude wanted to win. So I'm not trying to lump all these owners in, but these dudes who are being challenged about this and accused of this, if it comes up as this is true that they did this, man, it's a disgrace to the game.
Understood. We'll
every
see
single owner
without a doubt
is an individual.
Yeah.
Every owner is an individual, and every owner's family is individuals. They all act independent of one another. We're never lumping everybody together.
Right.
But we are not fools. We know the owners that want to win, and the ones that really take it serious, and the ones that's just writing checks just because they can do it.
No doubt. And Jeff and Key, you guys both know this. Like, as players, we put everything we possibly have into this. Guys are going out there playing injured. I know each of you have played with some nagging injury, and we're putting our lives on the line. I'm 31 years old. I know you guys are much older than me, and I respect that. But we got guys that are alumni in the NFL who are dealing with CTE and serious head injuries and they have to overcome those things. So when you have these allegations about owners telling them that they want the coaches to tank the season, you're literally playing with guys' lives, and I'm never going to be able to stand by that and just not say anything.
And we'll see what continues to come out on these allegations and all. There's plenty more to come on that in NFL.
From the young Robert Griffin III.
Yeah, we'll be back with Robert Griffin III and a bunch of old guys to talk about Washington football team's new name.
Into this new phase of our organization and team to build a new legacy.
At Chicago O'Hare, 1 in every 10 flights canceled tomorrow. There is good news here, though. Major airlines are issuing travel waivers because of the storm. That means passengers who have been impacted by the weather can rebook free of charge, Jake.
And Pete, you also say there's trouble with international flights coming into the U.S. Tell us more.
Well, this is a new call from the nation's largest travel and hospitality association, and it says the federal government should relax international travel testing requirements for those coming into the U.S. Right now, you have to show proof of a negative coronavirus test taken the day before your flight, even if you're fully vaccinated. The U.S. Travel Association says that's creating big uncertainty for passengers. Travelers are worried that they could test positive, get stuck in a foreign country. Now, without the testing requirement, this group says travel would go up, and airlines say it's the one segment that's still missing. Domestic travel coming back toward pre-pandemic levels, but international travel still lagging much more, Jake.
All right, Pete Montine, thank you so much. A big change announced here at CNN today. That story next.
Do your eyes bother you? My eyes feel like a combo of stress, dry.
Small business customers win. Do you play professionally?
Not yet. First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
What Ted Cruz thinks about anything, let alone a black woman on the Supreme Court. And don't get me started on Josh Hawley. All that education, you are dumb as a bag of bricks. So the reality of it is, stop playing this game with these people and understand what the political moment is as well as the historic moment, Democrats, and play to your strengths. You've got in front of you a group of women who have survived a whole lot of crap to get to that point. Try being a black woman in law school, a black woman working her way through a law firm to become a partner, let alone an associate, right? Just go through the process and understand what these women have achieved. And can we, for one, step back and go, damn, amazing, wonderful. Let's talk about now the competition is who do we put on the court? And so help move the country off of stupid, where the Republicans want you to be in trying to defend something that you know is just crazy nonsense. J. Crew, really, Senator Kennedy, that's the best you could come up to say about these black women? I won't even say shame on you because it is so beyond the pale of ignorance. And the fact that you think that that's cute, that's I Southern charm, you know, dude, seriously, stop it. Stop it. So I just think, President, play your card. Have your interviews, put forward the best qualified black woman on the list that you have, and let those guys choke on it. Just let them choke on it, because they'll go down in history as the senator who voted against the first black female, highly qualified, capable, stunningly, amazingly smart woman to the Supreme Court.
Matt Dowd.
It's hard to follow that, which I completely agree with. I would just add why this is important. I mean, why I think, and I agree with Michael that the Democrats ought to just say, this is what we're going to do. The Democrats are obviously, the president's going to obviously appoint a very well qualified, probably more qualified than some of the current justices on the court, an African-American woman. But I do think it tells you a lot about where the Republican Party is. It normally, if people want to sort of make these racially tinged things, they don't say them out loud. They do it in the background. They sort of like, yeah, we'll take a look at her. We'll see what she's like. And then they do all their stuff in the background. The idea that they think that saying these things out loud, and I disagree with Michael on one thing. I don't think Josh Hawley is dumb as a box of rocks. I think he's smart, but I also think he is completely out of step with where America is on multiculturalism and multiracial, but he knows the base of his political party. And that's what all four of those people you showed, all four of those white Republican senators you showed, the idea that they can say these things out loud and not only not get castigated by their party, but celebrated by elements of their base, that they can say those things, I think is why we're in this troubling moment that we're in. And the other thing that they constantly quote, well, why is Joe Biden using quotas? And even Susan Collins alluded to, like, I don't think he should have said it this way. That the idea that if he says he's going to appoint an African-American woman to the Supreme Court, it's for the only reason of a quota, not like she's qualified. That's the part that's like, when you pause and think about what they're saying for a minute, they're basically saying the only way an African-American woman can get on the Supreme Court is if it's some political deal to satisfy some quota. And I'll give you a stat if they want to talk about where the Supreme Court is. We've had 115 justices since 1789. 115. 108 have been white men. 108 out of 115 justices since 1789. So if you want to talk about where we need to fix the problem in this, it's not like talking about what's the composure of the nine. It's what have we been dealing with for 240 years with 115 justices, where more than 90 or 92% of them have been white men. But I think Michael's right, but I think it's an incredible insight that you can say these racist things out loud and not only not get castigated, you're celebrated by part of the base of the party.
Well, and it
this mean for his potential future as an NFL coach? Adam Schefter will be back to talk about that next.
And that to our viewers, because I think a lot of people don't understand why that would lead to this.
Right. Zucker's undoing stems from the Cuomo brothers scandal because, as we all remember, Zucker defended Chris Cuomo and kept him on the air at 9 p.m. during the then governor's scandal. Eventually, Zucker fired Cuomo in early December after further revelations about how the brothers worked together. But before taking action, CNN retained a law firm called Cravath. Cravath was brought in to review the Cuomo matter. Cravath had a lot to look into, including an allegation of sexual misconduct against Chris Cuomo from a former junior colleague. Cuomo denied that allegation, but Cravath has been doing interviews looking into Cuomo, looking for any issues. That's actually been going on as recently as last week. And Zucker was brought in last week for questioning as a result of that probe. So we have a domino effect here from Andrew Cuomo to Chris Cuomo and now to Jeff Zucker. Zucker was brought in and questioned, and one of the topics was about this relationship with Allison Gullist, the longtime CNN chief communications executive and now chief marketing officer. She has been Zucker's right-hand woman for years. They've been working together dating back to their days together at NBC, and that relationship, which then turned romantic, is at issue here, Jake.
So, as I understand it, Brian, first of all, Jeff and Allison are both divorced, and Allison doesn't report to Jeff. She reports to somebody with Warner Media. So the issue here is not necessarily of the relationship, but that it wasn't disclosed to CNN's parent company Warner Media. Do I have that right?
Disclosure does seem to be the key issue here, and Zucker acknowledged that in his statement this morning, saying, quote, as part of the investigation into Cuomo's tenure at CNN, I was asked about a consensual relationship with my closest colleague. I acknowledged the relationship evolved in recent years. Here's the key line. I was required to disclose it when it began, but I didn't. I was wrong. As a result, I am resigning today. Gullis is saying she's intending to stay with CNN. She's also acknowledging, though, in a statement that the relationship changed during COVID, and, quote, I regret that we didn't disclose it at the right time. So there's this issue of disclosure, which is spelled out in Warner Media's standards of business conduct. It's something that lots of corporate America firms have, where if you end up in a romantic relationship at work, you need to tell a superior. Of course, we're talking about two of the superiors at CNN here, so they would have had to go up to the top of Warner Media to disclose it, and they're both acknowledging this wasn't disclosed. Now, if there's other shoes they're going to drop here, Jake, maybe there will, maybe there won't. Right now, no other shoes have dropped. For now, this is a story about two people in a consensual relationship who didn't tell management, and because that has all come out in the midst of a Chris Cuomo legal battle, Jeff Zucker resigned, effective immediately.
All right, Brian Stelter, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, the evidence soon heading to the January 6th committee that former President Donald Trump tried to keep secret. Stay with us.
The new WW.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for her recognition, and I want to recognize her as a great leader on the matter before us today. This legislation, the America Competes Act, is something that has come to the fore largely because of the investments that she has made over the years in science and technology, keeping America competitive, now as the chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair, Eddie Bernice Johnson, for the intellect that you have brought to this, the reputation that you have enjoyed in the scientific and academic community in support of your legislative initiatives, and this bill being a highlight.
I love you too.
Believe they're going to get through. Back to you.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, William. Now to the front lines of this crisis. Yuma, Arizona Mayor Doug Nichols. Mayor, your town under local emergency, I think this goes way back to early December. Why now? What's happened with this crisis that you've had to do this?
Well, it really comes down to basic numbers. If you look a year ago at this time, we're up over 5,000% of where we were a year ago today on the number of crossers just on the family units alone. So it became to a position where the Border Patrol was being overwhelmed for a short period of time, and we've seen a lot more activity in our community. And so in order to make sure we had the right attention and the right resources, I declared that local emergency, and I think that's been effective in helping.
In case you're just joining us on NFL Live, our top story today is former Dolphins coach Brian Flores suing the NFL and 3 of its teams alleging racial discrimination in the league's hiring practices. Flores is interviewed for a number of jobs this cycle, including some that remain open. Mike Greenberg asked him about that this morning on Get Up.
You are currently a candidate for 2 vacant head coaching positions in the NFL, in New Orleans and in Houston.
Yep.
How have you handled those situations with regard to filing this lawsuit?
Well, before we filed the class action, I sent messages to both teams, letting them know that we would be filing, but also that I still had was very interested in coaching and leading either one of those teams. Look, coaching it's what I love. It's a passion of mine. It's I'm called and gifted to do it, and the reasons why is because I love helping young people reach their potential and become the best version of themselves on and off the field. So I would love to lead an NFL team, but we need change. The hiring practices in the International Football League, the numbers speak for themselves. There's 1 black head coach.
Adam Schefter, the New Orleans Saints, Houston Texans jobs still remain open. As far as we know, Brian Flores is a finalist in both those places. What more can you tell us?
You heard Brian Flores say there, one black head coach, 27 head coaching jobs filled, 5 vacancies currently. 2 of them, as you mentioned, Dan, are in New Orleans and in Houston. Now, the Houston Texans are down to their last 3 candidates. Brian Flores is one of them, along with Josh McCown, the former NFL veteran quarterback, and the Eagles defensive coordinator, Jonathan Gannon. The Saints have a long list of candidates that include Aaron Glenn, the Lions defensive coordinator, Dennis Allen, the Saints defensive coordinator, who was an interim head coach in place of Sean Payton. We have Brian Flores. We have a host of other candidates because the Saints were later to get to their search than some of the other teams. But I think everybody around the league is wondering what type of effect this lawsuit would have on the Texans and or Saints' desire to go hire Brian Flores as their head coach. And again, it's hard to say that right now. To me, the Houston Texans have been in a difficult spot. They've been criticized. And so to me, it would make sense and be logical for them to consider Brian Flores in the eyes of some people around the league. But I think they also like their other candidates. We'll see what they wind up doing. New Orleans Saints, big choice. Again, you'd like to think that Brian Flores absolutely is beyond qualified to get one of these jobs. But we'll see ultimately what these teams do. Whether or not he gets one of these 2 jobs, Dan, in the remaining 5 vacancies, it's going to raise an awful lot of alarms and signals if there are no more black head coaches hired.
Yeah, I think Brian Flores knew when he brought this lawsuit, the potential, his chances of getting a job were probably very slim. I'm hopeful as well, the same way he said in the interview, I'm hopeful he gets it. My brain tells me it's going to be very difficult for one of these owners to hire him as he's suing the 32 owners. So, but is he qualified? Absolutely. Should he have one? I do believe that. But, man, my heart says yeah, my mind says I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jeff. I think he certainly deserves one of these jobs. He was a good head coach for the Dolphins. It makes sense in Houston, given the fact that Jack Easterby, along with Nick Caserio, have a relationship from the days in New England. We'll see. I'm like you, Jeff. My mind says one thing, my heart says another.
We will, in fact, see. And look, this story is just getting started. It just broke around this time yesterday. So there's much more to come as we continue to discuss this. We'll see about, who the Saints and the Texans hire, whether Brian Flores, is right about having risked his coaching career in the NFL, and of course what else comes out about the allegations about the tanking. Hugh Jackson will be on SportsCenter at 6 o'clock. Thank you, gentlemen, for the discussion and the information. Thank you all at home for watching NFL Live. We will be back tomorrow with much more on this developing story.
Brian Flores this morning on the morning shows, while another former NFL coach corroborates sham interviews and another a pay-for-tanking claim with different franchises. While the class action lawsuit into NFL's racist hiring practices continues to move forward, this panel will address also how Texas Tech fans greeted Chris Beard last.
And we were like, what was that? We weren't sure if it was a drill or not because you couldn't see it right away. And then all of a sudden everyone was like, the school's on fire. And then you looked and there's so much smoke.
Students were able to retrieve their belongings from the local Methodist church. And according to emergency management, school will be canceled the rest of the week. In Miller, Sarah Parkin, Dakota News Now.
Now to a state house update in Pierre. Lawmakers deciding not to introduce a bill that would have banned abortion after 6 weeks. Some committee members worry Governor Kristi Noem's proposal could jeopardize other pending litigation on abortion in the state. The governor saying today she was disappointed by the committee's unusual move. The governor issuing the following statement today in response to the bill's denial, saying, quote, South Dakota deserved to have a hearing on a bill to protect the heartbeats of unborn children. We can hear heartbeats at 6 weeks, but I'm disappointed this bill was not granted even one hearing. We'll have more on this story coming up at 5 and 6 over on KSFY. Staying in Pierre, a panel also killing a bill that would have banned medical cannabis card holders from growing marijuana at their homes. House Bill 1004 easily passing in the House, which has been more receptive to laws limiting medical cannabis. This comes after a committee passed a bill last week that allowed card holders to cultivate up to 3 plants. SB 24 is expected to be heard tomorrow morning on the Senate floor. We'll hear now from meteorologist Tyler Roney about the weather, and boy, colder today, but not much longer, which is the good news.
And the wind really not too bad today. You know, that was a big issue yesterday, but at least it's not too bad at the moment. It's just we're still dealing with some really cold air. And that trend looks like it is going to be sticking around tonight and throughout the day tomorrow before some relief finally moves in on Friday. Here's our current conditions in Sioux Falls. And again, we do have sunshine, but there are a few extra clouds still in the mix. The wind chill is down to 6 degrees below zero. And the wind, it is gusting up to 22 miles an hour. That again is a lot better than yesterday. Aberdeen, only 4 degrees, wind chill down to 12 below zero. And for you in Pierre,
Pages of it, what type of impact might it have?
Well, I think it can be significant, like Clinton said. Anything that might affect the business or the bottom line of the NFL, owners are going to have to pay attention to. And as you said, we've been talking about the Rooney Rule and, you know, what it's designed to do and its obvious flaws since about 2003. But we just kind of supposed or imagined what those interviews were like. He's spelling it out here. He's telling you, Bill Belichick texting him 3 days before his interview, congratulations on the Giants job, when Belichick thinks he's talking to Brian Dable. That's a farce on behalf of the Giants. They're going to have to explain that. The Dolphins are going to have to explain a lot of stuff. But, you know, the problem is the short history of black coaches in this league, with Tomlin and Dungy winning Super Bowls and Lovie Smith and Jim Caldwell getting there. They have a better track record than white coaches. If you look at the numbers over the last 30 years, you would think the analytics themselves would drive owners in this direction, but obviously it hasn't.
Harry Lyles Jr. on Flores today and the impact of this lawsuit, in your opinion?
I think the timing of this is important, like Clinton pointed out. For me, I want to focus on the very specific piece of evidence that was the text messages between Brian Flores and Bill Belichick. In that text exchange, not only did Brian Flores find out that he wasn't a candidate, but that he was a roadblock to a candidate, which is something that should not be a thing. And so, to me, the timing of this, when you look at where the NFL is at today, you have Mike Tomlin, the last black head coach remaining in the NFL. He has never had a losing season, and he's got a Super Bowl in his belt. Those are the things that you have to do on the field in order to continue to be a black coach in the NFL. But he's also the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have the most patient ownership group in all of North American sports, and they're also the franchise responsible for the Rooney Rule. Let's look on the other side of this. You have David Culley, who had 43 years of coaching experience before he got a sniff of an NFL job, and the job that he got a sniff of was arguably the worst one that's probably been opened in my lifetime. A job that nobody else wanted. He still succeeded in that job in a way that nobody expected of him, and he still got fired because we all knew all along that he was not the guy that they wanted. And so now you have to look at this, and that text message conversation is a microcosm of what this issue is that the black coaches are not viewed in the same light as white coaches are. And so that is the issue at hand here. He's bringing that to light, and I think the big piece of this is you finally have this on the record. I don't think that we could overstate how big it is for Brian Flores not just to put this stuff on record, but he's risking his career at the same time. And so for him to do that, I have nothing but respect for him.
And June Lee.
To build off of everybody else, there's a straight through line from Colin Kaepernick to Brian Flores, because this is the culture in which the NFL, how they view black people, how they view black quarterbacks, how they view black head coaches, and how they view minorities in positions of power. There is a problem when the Rooney Rule is required for NFL teams to even want to consider black people and minorities as people, as head coaches, and in positions of leadership. This is a larger cultural issue that can't just be addressed with a lawsuit, but now we're going to be putting a microscope on the NFL over the course of the next months to come and seeing how they react to having this process in the national spotlight on a day-to-day basis.
Just a second question for you, Clinton Yates, on the idea that this is a class action lawsuit. The implication there is that other coaches can and have been affected by this and can and will join into the lawsuit. Do you see that as a possibility?
Strong element of bravery there, and I think it's the easiest way to win anything. What a win is, though, is difficult to define. I think that overall, forcing the NFL to pay attention, whether it's monetarily or acknowledging, or forcing the NFL to say, hey, you know what, we don't actually care, we're just paying lip service to this, I think in the public in 2022, that has a different effect than it would have had even 10 years ago.
To take another look at the Rooney Rule, there's a graph here from Sportico I want to.
Strips of crispy bacon and rich melty cheese.
A legitimate government. Now, it's true that Donald Trump, in the context of this, when January 6th happened, he was still president of the United States. And yet, try to overthrow a legitimate democratic process that the incoming president, who's been validated as the legal next occupant of the Oval Office, is the equivalent of that. And so if you think about what he did and then what he's been saying about it and the clear intent, it's not enough to really talk about how he's kind of aided and abetted insurrection or incited a riot. It is the case that he attempted to commit treason. He was engaged in treasonous activities against the United States last year, a year and a half ago, and he has every intent of doing it again. It's just there's no other way to understand this other than witness tampering seems like to me to be the least of it. He's basically saying to people, I think that what we did, we tried to overthrow the government. That's what we were trying to do. The people who tried to do it are heroes, not criminals. I will pardon them if I get reelected. And for anybody who's contemplating doing this again in a similar circumstance, I applaud you. And you will face, at least if I'm president, or what's left of the presidency, if Donald Trump were to become the chief executive of the United States again, I'm not sure we'd call that president anymore. We'd call it something else, uglier. He's saying you will not be punished. You will be commended. You will be valorized. And I think I can't think of words that are harsh enough to explain it or clearer than they are right now. And I agree with that historian at the New York Times. I think people are just, it's so monstrous that people are still, many people, millions and millions of people in the country have not processed it, how naked and dangerous it is, and how just utterly horrifying and so far outside any precedent that we've seen in any president of any party in the history of the country that people just can't compute. We're all sort of on tilt. I mean, some of us are not, but many people are just, it just doesn't, they can't make it make sense in their heads. And I think that's why the country is in such a state of peril, because there's so many people who just haven't been able to just apprehend this very basic set of facts, even as Donald Trump tries every day to make it clearer to all of us what he tried to do and what he will do in the future.
Well, and we're going to have a different...
Get reelected because the country felt like he didn't handle it correctly. I think the takeaways for me, no doubt, I'm a father of 2 young children. There's no doubt they've been impacted over the last year or two. Remote school, in school, remote school, now in school. But as I look at the economy and I look at the country, I hope that two or three other things come out. We need to reform our health agencies and reform the way we look at how we are part of the WHO, how we take part in studies around the globe, how we take part in efforts to bring about a strengthened public health system. 2, we need to not be so reliant on supply chains overseas. The fact that I think one of the most important things President Biden and the administration did in the last week was to make a $20 billion public-private partnership investment in Columbus, Ohio for Intel to begin to build semiconductor chips there. We ought to modernize our ports. That ought to be the most important thing we do in terms of infrastructure. Without question, we'll have more studies like this, and I applaud Johns Hopkins. I hope my alma maters, Penn and Michigan, do some as well. But I think the real thing here is, let's look at the overall takeaways. And even though it was only 0.2%, if you look at the numbers, that's 1,800 families that would not have had a loved one die. We can all debate whether it's worth it, but I got to tell you, I'm glad my dad, who got it in March of 2020, that he was not one of those families, and mine was not either. And I'm prayerful that none of ours around the table and many of my other friends were not either. So look, a lot to learn from, and there'll be a lot of chest pounding here, but at the end of the day, there were a lot of people deserve a lot of credit, and people deserve a little.
Well, the thing is, it will never be settled science.
It won't be. But in addition, we don't really talk about the collateral consequences. The other people who actually died because of the pandemic, the suicides, the alcohol, the drug overdoses, the domestic violence, the child abuse. You know, there's a huge downside. But coming up,
I still blame COVID.
Okay, coming up, the liberal media rocked by scandals as CNN's boss resigns and Whoopi Goldberg gets suspended.
How it could happen? Well, he's the one, and that was a decade and a half ago. Yeah. We have to talk about the allegation of tanking now. We all know about the idea of tanking. We saw it covered 0 from a team in this league not so long ago. So for Flores to allege Dolphins owner Stephen Ross offered to pay him $100,000 for each loss in 2019 in this lawsuit is huge news as well. Hugh Jackson indicating a similar tactic was made with him in Cleveland. Harry, what type of impact does that claim have on the league and in professional sports?
Yeah, I think it's got an impact, all right. I'm not sure that the NFL's ever been happier to have another issue on its hand that's taking attention away from this because, you know, I don't think that any of us thought that tanking wasn't a thing, but the thing that makes this different is we have this on record, right? Like, that's what makes this different, and people love this idea, whether it's true or not, that there is this integrity to the game, and this, like, gets rid of that. So to me, this is a very big deal and something that they're going to have to answer for.
It's an incredibly slippery slope because we're getting to a point where the gambling industry is becoming a larger power broker in the game, from media to the way that the sport is covered to the way that we talk about sports. And if you're having an owner who's willing to compromise the integrity and the record of his team by paying off his head coach, it's a complete disrespect to all of his players and everyone who's going out there on a week-to-week basis trying to win games. But it's going to be really bad for the future of football if we're constantly thinking about, are the owners actually trying to win games right now?
Clinton Yates, do you see it this way?
Yeah, it's a question we tackle in baseball all the time, and I think that's an interesting one because it's the only thing that forces the owners to look at each other and actually potentially have some disagreement. If I think that Tim's team isn't playing well enough to make up for what the league competition is supposed to be, I might actually say something to the point that it's going to change things. I think that that's the issue here. It's the only one that's going to require them to look at each other and say, do we actually disagree or not? Because if not, then tanking, whatever, it is what it is. But this one addresses the competitive element, which will change things for
And Tim Kalishaw.
If you think of it this way, the biggest problem Brian Flores had in Miami was he won football games. He didn't tank enough his first year. He had winning records his second and third years, and he still got fired.
Right.
That's just shameful on the part of the Dolphins.
I want you to lose, then fire you for losing. I'm still floored by Flores on his own. 40 years of age, and now the abyss that his career is, or the predicament his career is in. I mean, interviewing for jobs in Minnesota and New Orleans while this lawsuit's going on. Will he ever work in the NFL again? That's a question we're going to be asking for quite some time in the future. Buy or sell on the other side.
We got to tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Win can be transformational.
Again, we're not dealing with any of that winter weather, but zooming out and looking off to our south, we have a lot of snow, a lot of thunderstorms starting to develop in the southeastern parts of the country, and we're going to be looking at there being kind of a major threat for some icing to occur too. So a lot to deal with off to the south, and again, this storm just kind of now ramping up. It's actually kind of coming in two different waves, so there will be multiple rounds of this taking place, and that's why there are a lot of ground to cover with these warnings. Those shades of red are actually winter storm warnings, even some shades of purple in Kentucky. Those are ice storm warnings. Again, all of that's off to our south, so we're not going to be seeing any of that. Instead, we're going to be dealing with the colder air, and temperatures are in the single digits, some of us barely above 10. That's really about it. And the wind is still between 15 and 25 miles an hour coming in from the northwest. That is keeping us cooler. That is driving down those wind chills back to the teens and 20s below zero. As a matter of fact, northeastern South Dakota, parts of western Minnesota already in the 20s below zero for those wind chills. Another cold morning on the way, and it's actually going to be a little bit colder tomorrow morning than what it was earlier this morning. So just another morning, have those extra layers ready to go. It does get warmer in western South Dakota tomorrow, not by much, but at least a little bit of an improvement compared to today. So for example, in Pierre, you'll be back in the 20s tomorrow. Won't be that way though for the eastern parts of the area. Meanwhile, the wind does die down tonight, becomes a lot lighter. And as we know, it doesn't take much of a breeze to continue to make those wind chills a lot colder. Wind direction does eventually change kind of throughout the day tomorrow and into Friday, which will allow temperatures to, again, gradually warm up by Friday, but we'll really notice the warmth by Saturday.
For America's continued technological growth and global competitiveness. Unfortunately, the Speaker had other priorities, and instead of moving forward on a true China bill, she created a massive Christmas tree with unrelated liberal priorities hung from every branch like ornaments. We cannot afford this partisan gamesmanship. The threat is too real for the American people and our national security. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
You want to know about this?
Spicy Lovers Pizza.
and filled me with so much quality television that I can't begin to thank him. However,
I should have been fired for that outfit.
Exactly, Don Johnson.
Pretty bad.
I wanted to enjoy this story so much, but I was so naive because I thought he was getting fired over the ratings, not over an open, secret relationship between two divorced adults. He should have lost it over their collusion coverage, their anti-cop narrative, all the fake news that they spewed, and the targeting of civilians over memes.
Sort of hyperbole and being too scary has limited the truth tellers.
I agree, Nicole. And one of the things, like I'm teaching a media literacy class to my students now at Morgan State University. The level of cynicism that young people have towards the media, and then you mix that with old folks or older folks who've decided that there's only one place they want to listen to, it's hard for anyone to be an arbiter of truth, justice, and common sense at this particular point. That's one of the reasons why I have concerns as to whether or not the January 6th committee can be effective in presenting their case to the American public, because we know that there are 30-something% of the population that doesn't care. They don't care what the facts are. They just want Donald Trump in office. At this point, I don't care if he's found guilty of treason, if he's found guilty for violating records. I don't care if they find that he has a blockbuster VHS tape from 1998 that he's never returned and owes $100 million and has to go to jail. I don't care. The fact of the matter is the guy has been so obvious about being a direct danger to American democracy that he has to be jailed. He has to be punished. So the arguments that we have about how we go about doing it is one of the reasons why the defenders of democracy may end up failing, because while they're trying to dot the I's and cross the T's, you've got another organization, because they are no longer a party, making sure that the T's and I's don't matter because they control the alphabet and they control the count in every state.
It's such a good point.
For. And maybe actually, I think there's more.
Yeah.
Because you could have weathered this PR scandal. This is not, as you said, consenting adults, and she's already at a high level. It's not like the president and the intern.
Right.
Okay. So you have to think there must have been something else. And if you.
Ryan Nobles is live on Capitol Hill for us. Ryan, what are you learning about the testimony today?
Well, Rhodes' attorney tells CNN that he was as forthcoming as he could be in his interview with the January 6th Select Committee. It took place this morning. As you mentioned, it was from behind bars as he is facing charges of sedition and conspiracy from the federal government. According to Rhodes' attorney, he and the committee worked out a plan where the questions that they would ask that would fall under an area where he would plead the fifth because of his pending legal issues would be asked after the questions where they thought that they could get some information out of him. Those were the ones that were asked first. We don't know exactly what those questions were, what they were about, or what the committee was trying to figure out, but it does seem, Jake, at least from the perspective of his attorney, that he was forthcoming with some of the information that the committee was looking for.
And Ryan, the committee is also looking to get a slew of records from former Vice President Mike Pence soon?
Yeah, that's right. And it seems as though the National Archives is set to hand those documents over. Some 100 documents will be handed over to the committee, and it looks like that process is already underway. This despite the fact that former President Donald Trump is asked to keep them secret. The archives are deciding not to wait for a court battle this time around, given the fact that they have already, that the former Trump administration has lost court battles as it relates to keeping documents secret. Both the archives and the Biden administration, which has custody over things like executive privilege, have said that because of these court rulings and the fact that we're talking about vice presidential records as opposed to presidential records, make the opportunity for Trump and his associates to prevent the committee from getting these documents unlikely, that they'll move forward with that process. Now, Trump could still sue. That's still a possibility. We don't know if that's going to take place. But again, Jake, we know that the committee is very interested in the role that the former vice president played, given the fact that they've talked to many in his inner circle. They've expressed an interest to talk to Pence himself. So these documents will certainly be a key part of the investigation. Jake.
All right, Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. Thanks so much. Let's talk about this with former Republican Congresswoman Mia Love of Utah and former Democratic Congressman Joe Kennedy of Massachusetts. Congresswoman Love, let me start with you. Let's start with these comments from former President Trump, because many Republicans have tried to defend Trump's actions in the months since the January 6th insurrection, saying, oh, this was just about registering concerns about the process, about how rules changed in various states. This wasn't about overturning the election. But Trump's saying out loud, I wanted to overturn the election. I wanted Pence to throw out the votes. I mean, he admits it.
Yeah.
and which, again, I agree with Lindsey Graham in saying, you know, first of all, that was inappropriate, and to go ahead and pardon those people on the January 6th rioters is actually inappropriate also. So there are times where this president jumps to a different planet, and I can't seem to understand, this former president, I can't seem to understand where he's going, and he doubles down on, let's be very clear, an attack from one branch of government to another, and he thinks that that's totally inappropriate to accomplish what he wants to accomplish for his own good. He's forgotten that the president of the United States is to serve the American people, not himself.
Congressman Kennedy, you're a former district attorney. What's your legal take on how these admissions might play into the committee's investigation?
Jake, we heard testimony from, or an interview from a lawyer who said it absolutely influences the strategy. And look, I haven't looked at the actual federal statute here, but at least back in Massachusetts, that interference for what was often regarded as a witness tampering statute, it was broadly drawn here at the state level. But if you're offering an inducement for a witness to change their testimony or not cooperate, everybody would think, if I said, hey, you know, here's $100,000 to change your testimony or to not testify, that clearly would qualify as witness tampering. Saying you're going to get a pardon if I win, I mean, I don't know how more blatant you can get than that. And you heard from a lawyer himself say it would certainly influence my strategy and it would influence that of our client. So, I mean, again, they're saying the quiet parts out loud here.
Yeah, Congresswoman Love, we've seen a number of top Pence aides testify before the committee this week, and now we're hearing that many of Pence's records are going to be turned over to the committee. Sources say that those around Pence say that there's no need for Pence himself to testify, since all this information is being given to the committee and all these aides are testifying. What do you think? Will ultimately former Vice President Pence cooperate or testify before the committee?
Well, I've always believed that a great indicator of what's been done in the past is what's going to be done in the future. And I believe that if former Vice President Mike Pence is called to testify, that he will go. I think that he's actually, I would find it hard to believe that his former Chief of Staff, Mark Short, would go and testify without his blessing. So I think he's hoping that he wouldn't have to, but I do believe that if he were called to testify, he would go and testify before the committee, the January 6th committee. And I'd also like to remind everyone that you've got some good people there. You've got Liz Cheney that's there, that's not trying to throw the vice president under the bus. She actually respects what he's done in doing his job in making sure that those votes were certified. So it's not like he's going into the lion's den there. They're just trying to figure out what happened so it doesn't happen again.
Congressman Kennedy, speaking about disinformation, I'm not responsible for things my uncle says and vice versa, but I do have to ask you, because your uncle, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is a known spreader of anti-vaccine propaganda. He has been for decades. And he made a lot of news not long ago in this rally against vaccinations and vaccination mandates when he invoked Nazi Germany, talking about the vaccine rules in the United States. Take a listen.
Even in Hitler's Germany, you could cross the Alps into Switzerland. You can hide in an attic like Anne Frank did. I visited in 1962 East Germany with my father and met people who had climbed the wall and escaped. So it was possible. Many died doing it, but it was possible. Today, the mechanisms are being put in place that will make it so none of us can run and none of us can hide.
I mean, that's just a bizarre version of history, and somebody should really tell him about how the Anne Frank story ends. But he did apologize after widespread condemnation, including from his wife. But I wonder what your response is when somebody in your family who has a platform, who has the gift of the Kennedy name so that people listen and care what he thinks, when he makes comments like that.
And Jake, look, the comments were abhorrent, and they're horrifying, and they're wrong. Full stop. All right? They're painful to hear. You know, he's my uncle, and we love our family. But these comments, he needs to stop. We have, as a family, resoundingly and repeatedly spoken up and spoken out about the safety of particularly this vaccine, COVID-19 vaccines. and vaccination in general. And we've done that repeatedly, and we've done that publicly, and we'll continue to do so. But the comments here are obviously beyond the pale, and there's no reason for it, no excuse for it.
Thank you, Congressman Kennedy. Thanks to Congresswoman Love as well. Appreciate it. Good to see both of you as always. In an exclusive interview.
Out, you know, in early spring, right? But no, even though Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow, I was on live with Ben and Patty this morning on KKRC, and I had my phone in my hand. I walked outside. It was very cold, and I did not see my shadow. So maybe that counts for, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. We're getting some boo from the
Maybe that
gallery
counts for
over
our
here.
area. So that means in early spring. So it was actually blue sky to the west, but to the east where the sun was, it was blocking the sun. So I did not see my shadow.
I don't know why we're getting boo birds over here. I mean, come on, that's for our area. Punxsutawney Phil's talking. Okay, well, that's very nice of you, Sam. Thank you for caring. Well, I tell you what, we started out this morning very cold. These are the lows this morning. There's about everybody below zero and significantly below zero to the northeast.
It's going to be colder tomorrow morning.
Yeah, even colder yet tomorrow morning. And the reason, this is a good illustration of why it's colder in that direction, there's still quite a bit of snowfall on the ground.
Right, so you can see where the white color is not moving, right on Aberdeen to Watertown to Brookings into Minnesota. And you can actually see that the outline of the Minnesota.
Look, I think that's what the producers must have said.
Yep.
Hit it and get out and move on, and that's what they have to do. I don't know anybody who is calling for her to be fired that I know of, that I listen to, that I follow. But I imagine that inside ABC News, or ABC, excuse me, the outcry amongst the employees and the staff must have been high enough that the executive said we have to do something. They felt compelled that they had to do something. The apology made it worse. And so setting that aside, so they make a decision, they suspend her for 2 weeks. She's probably furious about it. She's going to sit there and you think, it's like, what did they say? We want her to go back and reflect on it. Like when your mom sent you to your room and she's like, are you ready to come out yet? And my sister would always say, no, I love my room. But I would be mortified. I hated to have to be sent to my room. So that's the kind of punishment that's like when you're a kid. That's what you feel.
What about you, Judge? Do you think she understands what she did wrong, and now that she's facing suspension, she's like, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to quit?
Yeah, she may quit. I don't know. I don't have a hotline to Whoopi these days. But here's the thing. She doesn't know that she was wrong. She sees it as white race, all of and blacks are the victims, okay? But aside from that, the whole idea of her needing time to reflect and learn, I think is very important. I really do. Because when you have anti-Semitic behavior, a lot of it is ignorance. They don't understand the enormity of one of the greatest hate crimes the world has ever seen. And when I was DA, I took all the DAs from New York State down to the Holocaust Museum in Washington. You want to see evidence of a hate crime, go to the Holocaust Museum. Go to Simon Wiesenthal. Learn about the pain. Learn what a swastika does to someone who is a survivor of the Holocaust. I mean, they don't understand it. It's just, I can't believe that she has any idea of the harm that statement caused a lot of people.
So ABC's got to be thinking, you know, could we cut her loose after 2 weeks? She's got a hefty salary. She could be damaged goods. Gutfeld, what would you do if you were running ABC?
Oh man, unicorns 24/7, buddy. They should be.
Lines you just fed my co-host today. Great.
Pablo doesn't think you helped on that. No. Welcome to PTI, boys and girls. Wilbon is load managing. So I'm joined today by our great friend, the host of the ESPN Daily Podcast, Pablo Torres. Good, honest cheering. I like that. And we begin again today with Brian Flores suing the NFL for class action based on racial discrimination. One of the points in his lawsuit is a charge by Flores that Miami owner Steve Ross offered to pay Flores $100,000 for each loss in 2019. Presumably to gain a higher draft pick. Today we are hearing from former Cleveland Browns coach Hugh Jackson that he was offered bonus money to lose games as well. Jackson says he can, quote, back up every word he says, unquote. Pablo, what kind of problem is this for the NFL?
Tony, this is the problem for the NFL. Among many problems, I think this might be the biggest one. And I can say that as somebody who probably has spent more time reporting on and thinking about tanking, for better and for worse, than anyone else in our profession. Allow me to remind you what the #1 rule of Tank Club is. Don't talk about Tank Club. The reality is that the league knows that teams are tanking. They know they have a system with the draft that incentivizes losing in order to get the best prospects. Stephen Ross would have gotten Joe Burrow if he had gotten his way in that 2019 season. The incentives are all aligned as such for everyone. However, what you can't do is bring this stuff out of the shadows and out onto Front Street. And now we're getting allegations that there is proof somewhere that this is verifiable. And Tony, that is where the integrity of the game thing, the image of that has to be defended pretty much at all costs if you're a viable enterprise.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. The Cleveland Browns have denied line by line that they ever offered money. The owner of the Cleveland Browns then is the owner now, Jimmy Haslam. And if this is true, he should be stripped of the team. No question about it, because of the integrity of the game. This is just as bad as a referee shaving points in order to, make money for himself. This is a terrible thing to do if indeed it's true in either case. You can't ask players to lose. You can't do that. People talk about tanking all the time. On this show, Wilbon always talks about tanking. And he says, the following teams in the NBA should tank to get the first draft pick. But if I presented to him that either of these owners actually offered an incentive to tank, he would be horrified, and rightly so. Because this is not... Tanking is a sort of romantic, abstract concept to help your team in the future. But players don't tank. Herm Edwards didn't say we play to lose the game. And if Steve Ross offered this money to Flores, and Flores, to his everlasting credit, declined, he should be stripped of his team. Because people are betting on games now, Pablo, with the aid and abetting of the leagues themselves. And you have to at least say to the bettors, this is an honest turn you're going to get. And this would not be.
Yeah, Tony, I want to be clear, too. The reason why teams tank is that it makes sense, right? It makes sense if there's a superstar quarterback out there that could save your franchise. The problem is you have to institute reforms, right? The NFL does not have a lottery right now. The NBA, at the very least, has one. I think a draft lottery in the NFL is in the offing, but I also think that this is all, I'm with Mike, right? Like, I think it's a good idea. I also wish teams never had to make the choice to do it in the first place.
I understand that you say it's a good idea, but if you found out that, in fact, a coach was paid to lose the game, you would say get rid of the coach and get rid of the owner.
Yes, I think that is also fair, which speaks to the system being incredibly, incredibly messed up.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Tony, I want to move to a different NFL franchise, now trying to distance itself from its sordid history, because the Washington football team has announced that it will now be known as the Washington Commanders, and the move does away with the placeholder that many had hoped would become permanent. You have been in Washington, I'm doing the math here, for like 40 years now, Tony? How do you feel?
42. Yep.
How do you feel about the Commanders?
Okay, so let me be clear. It stinks. Okay, it's terrible. There's nothing in it that isn't terrible. All right, all of these military nicknames are terrible. Commanders is terrible. Admirals is terrible. Defenders is terrible. Brigade is terrible. Armada is terrible and stupid because there's no ocean in Washington, D.C., and you can't sail an Armada, up the Potomac River. All right. Now, they had the Washington football team. People really liked that in Washington. It was odd at first, but then they got used to it, and they came to like it. It's unique. Nobody has anything like it. It's sort of Euro in its way. I really liked it and hoped that they would keep it. There is a much more severe problem here, and I want to credit my friend David for pointing this out to me a couple of days ago. If this is Commanders is a 3-syllable nickname, much like Timberwolves. Nobody ever writes out Timberwolves. It's T-Wolves or it's Wolves. Names are shortened. If you're not the Jets, your name is shortened. Even the Giants became the Gents. So there's going to be a headline writer at the Washington Post that's going to shorten the Washington Commanders to the Commies. It's going to be the Commies in the capital of the United States of America, in the beating heart of democracy. You're going to have the Washington Commies. You can't have this. Where's Joe McCarthy when you need him? Did no one in this organization realize you're going to be the Commies?
Yeah, no, it's a great point, comrade. It really is. It really is. The Buccaneers are the Bucks, the Patriots are the Pats, the Cardinals are the Cards, the 49ers are the Niners. This is how it works.
Yeah.
I just want to point something out, though, because you raised a very good point that I'm just considering now. We get used to names even if we hate them, right? Michael B. Jordan is a person I just consider his own guy now. That's insane. There's a Michael Jordan. In fact, Tony, tell me how you felt about the name of this program. Because I feel like you also had an evolutionary curve in terms of accepting the fate that you had been dealt.
Well, I mean, I thought when they first told me, pardon the interruption, I thought that's really long, it's really stupid, it's never going to work. But then it became PTI. And again, that's why this team will be the commies. The Washington football team did one great thing. They announced it on 2/2/22. That's brilliant.
Oh, you
but
love
it's the
that.
wrong name. Everything they do is wrong lately. They haven't won in 30 years. So if you're your age, Pablo, and you grew up here, you would never see the team win. So this is not, it's not good. I think I
Feels
speak
right.
for everyone in Washington when I say it. We move on. The United States men's national soccer team plays a world
wants to move quickly, get a nominee confirmed, potentially it could be a month's time or up to 40 days. That could put it into early spring, but getting a bigger agenda done, Jake, seems to be on the wayside at the moment.
And finally, Schumer made a big point of trying to change the filibuster rules, making it 50-vote threshold or 51-vote threshold instead of 60, so as to pass the election reform bills. Sinema and Manchin wouldn't go along with that. There are a lot of Democrats who want to support primary challengers to Sinema and Manchin. What does Schumer say about that?
Yeah, he actually would not say if he would support Manchin or Sinema in a primary, which is somewhat remarkable because leaders typically will support their own members in the Senate if they are facing intra-party challenges. But he told us 2022. I am not at all focused on 2024 right now, and neither should anyone else be, and that's just how you lose in 2022. And recall that Schumer pushed to have those votes earlier this year, last month, on the voting rights effort and to change the Senate filibuster rules, knowing where Sinema and Manchin were. But he told us he doesn't regret that strategy, Jake. He said that they needed to vote, senators needed to vote, and show where they were.
A lot of Democratic senators regret that strategy.
That he'd have no trouble, no problem being hired by another team. Well, that's until yesterday. At great risk to his career, Flores filed a federal lawsuit against the NFL and 3 teams for what he says is racial discrimination. It has to do with the league's so-called Rooney Rule. That requires teams to interview at least one minority candidate for top vacancies. According to his complaint, filed in the Southern District of New York 3 days before his meeting with the New York Giants, Patriots coach Bill Belichick sent Flores a text message mistakenly congratulating him on his new job at the Giants. So turns out the intended recipient of that text was Brian Daboll, an indication that the organization had already made up its mind about who to hire before interviewing Flores, and that the Flores interview was just a box-ticking exercise to be in pseudo-compliance with the Rooney Rule. The NFL released a statement highlighting their deep commitment to equitable opportunities before insisting the claims made by Flores were without merit. An interesting position to take before investigating any of it. The Giants organization says it is pleased and confident in its process, insisting Flores was in the conversation until the 11th hour, even though he never interviewed. Here's what Flores had to say about the lawsuit this morning.
I understand the risks, and yes, it was a difficult decision, and I went back and forth. And like I said, I love coaching. I do. It's something that I'm passionate about. It brings me joy, and I love helping young people reach their potential and become the best versions of themselves. I'm gifted to do that.
Brian.
But this is bigger than that. I think we're at a fork in the road right now. You know, we're either going to keep it the way it is, or we're going to go in another direction and actually make some real change where we're actually changing the hearts and minds of those who make decisions to hire head coaches, executives, et cetera.
Joining our conversation, Kevin Blackistone, ESPN panelist, sports commentary writer for the Washington Post, and professor of practice at the University.
process. But we can see 20 years later, the NFL is still in the same spot.
Right.
And now it's not the problem of the Rooney Rule, but it's really the problem of the people who have been entrusted to employ the rules, the ethics, and the morals of the Rooney Rule, and they are quite simply unable to do that.
And Brian Flores talks about the Rooney Rule and how he's skeptical now that it was ever intended to do what it was designed to do, and I want to play that in a second. But I want to ask you, Kevin, just to explain to our viewers who may not be avid football fans, who Flores is, and just take us, just back up a little bit, take me through the firing, and then what should have been a process of getting picked up again based on his record, based on his skills, by anyone, by anywhere he interviewed.
Sure.
Should have had multiple opportunities.
Yeah, he's by all means upstanding guy in the NFL, worked his way up the coaching ranks, finally got a head coaching job 3 seasons ago with a horrible Miami Dolphins team. Not surprisingly, struggled his first year, but the next 2 years, surprisingly, put together a winning team. And at the end of last year, actually went on a streak of wins and almost got into the playoffs. In fact, some people were suggesting he did such a remarkable job with such a ragtag bunch that he should be considered in the Coach of the Year running. And then all of a sudden, he got fired, despite the fact that he appeared to have the franchise going in the right direction, which is what you want out of your team. And one of the things that he revealed in his scorched earth lawsuit was that his owner, Stephen Ross, offered to pay him $100,000 per game that he would lose in the hopes that losing would get them a higher position in the upcoming draft and give them a better shot at some new hotshot player. And so being incentivized to lose and worsen your record as a black man coaching in the NFL is not really a good thing. You can see that it is a difficult thing to escape from. And if you think of Condoleezza Rice's book, right, twice as good, which is a saying in many black households, how can you be twice as good if, in fact, your record is not going to reflect it? So it was a very difficult thing for him to do. And I think that was a very telling piece of this lawsuit.
Let me show you Brian Flores in his own words about the Rooney Rule, Jason.
I mean, the Rooney Rule is intended to, give minorities an opportunity to sit down in front of ownership. But I think what it's turned into is an instance where guys are just checking the box. And that's been the case. I've been on some interviews in the past that where I've had that feeling. There's always no way to know for sure, but and I know I'm not alone there.
We don't know for sure, but the results certainly speak, if not for themselves, speak pretty loudly. 1 in 32, Jason.
Yeah, Nicole, and to think that this all started, look, who amongst us has not sent an accidental, YUD or you up text that ended up at the wrong person? I get it. Bill Belichick sent the text message to the wrong person. But what it exposes is what anybody who's been paying attention to the NFL, and I'm a big NFL fan, has been noticing for years. You've had coaches for years saying, I know I'm going on sham interviews. I know they've already got the guy they want. They don't want to pay attention to me. It's not just Brian Flores, who I want to add, he's not just a great coach. He got the Miami Dolphins to a winning record for 2 years in a row. The first time the Dolphins had done that in 20 years. He won 4 rings with the New England Patriots. He was the defensive coordinator when the Patriots won a ring against the Los Angeles Rams just a couple years ago. He is an excellent coach. There's no reason he should have been fired. But there's a list of African-American coaches from Byron Leftwich to Eric Bieniemy who have won Super Bowls in the last 3 or 4 years who can't even get interviews. And the solution, Nicole, quite frankly, is not just this lawsuit, which I think is an important part, but we have to talk about how ownership works. These teams are being run by a bunch of mini Trumps in many cases. And it doesn't matter. They say, oh, if we can get African-American ownership in, it's not an issue of having money. I've talked about this before. In order to buy an NFL franchise, you have to have 40% of the entire value of the entire franchise up front. You got to be able to buy out your next two biggest partners, and 26 out of the 32 teams have to vote to let you in. So the racism inherent in many of the owners is preventing a more diverse ownership, which might result in more coaches. So this is a bigger problem than just what he's presenting. But I do think Brian Flores has definitely shaken the table, and he'll probably get paid off by the league, similar to what they did with Colin Kaepernick.
Well, and our friend Jamel Hill made that point for, again, people who don't cover but pay attention to all these stories or know to weave them together, that there's a direct line between Kaepernick and Flores. Explain that, Jason.
Well, what happened with Colin Kaepernick is he sued the NFL saying, look, this is a conspiracy, a conspiracy that is preventing me from even having the opportunity to apply for a job. And the league's response was like, no, 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 we're just 32 individual franchises and hang out and have the same jackets. But in discovery, what was shown is that you did have lots of people communicating about Kaepernick. You did have teams saying, don't hire this guy. So they ended up settling with Colin Kaepernick. But what happened in between? We also had John Gruden getting fired when it was revealed that he has sent tons and tons of racist emails and messages back and forth. And even Gruden is saying, hey, you're not going to scapegoat me as the lone bad apple. There are lots of racists who are throughout this league. So now you've got Brian Flores, who is able to make the argument, look, qualified African-American candidates are not being given the opportunity to even compete for these jobs. I've got people showing up to my interviews who appear to be drunk. I've got people showing up late. And in contrast, you have white candidates, 38, 39-year-old guys who've never coached a game before in their lives, who've never called plays, who are being put in charge of billion-dollar franchises. That's what Brian Flores is talking about. And I also want to add this, Nicole, because this shows how unique and how special and how much better than anybody else you have to be. We're not talking about African-American coaches who've just won Super Bowls. Many of them are former players. So you had to already be a college level or professional level athlete, which puts you at the top 1%. Then you end up winning a Super Bowl and you can't even get a call back for an interview. There's no explanation for that other than the endemic racism in the league.
Kevin, what are you to do if you're Brian Flores and you love football and you love coaching football and you're really, really good at it?
Well, you would hope you don't have to model yourself in order to live up to your dream, right? But he admitted in his lawsuit that he realizes that's something he may have already done. Oddly enough, he's got an interview coming up, maybe two. So we'll see. We'll have to wait and see how it works out. But, you know, the progeny of enslaved Africans in this country have never gotten anything through altruism. It's always taken the threat of burning the house down or burning the house down in the end. Johnny Cochran and Cyrus Mary threatened to burn the house down, and the NFL reacted. Mr. Flores has now thrown kerosene in the building and lit it on fire. So we're going to see what's going to have to happen. And, you know, to Jason's point, you know, what do you do with these owners in the league? It's a very difficult thing to deal with, these franchises. But I'll also point out that inside of the lawsuit that Brian Flores filed is a very historical march through the racism in the league. And he points out, you know, the government, how the government has interceded on these issues before, which has forced the league to integrate, first in 1946 after it had segregated itself, and then again in Washington, D.C. in the early 1960s when this was the last all-white team in the league, and they were forced to integrate if they wanted to play in a new stadium that was built with federal funding.
It's incredible. We'll stay on it. Kevin Blackistone, Jason Johnson, thank you for helping us with our coverage today. Thank you very much. Quick break for us. We'll be right back.
With United...
Don't let UC stop you from doing you.
Fatigue are playing here.
I have to be honest, I think it is playing an absolutely ginormous role because feelings about the COVID-19 pandemic, this is a recent Kaiser Family Foundation poll. Look at this, frustrated, 79% of Democrats, 73% of Republicans, 73% of independents, tired, just tired. I'm tired all the time, to be honest with you. 74% of Democrats, 72% of Republicans, 80% of independents. And you know what? Why that is? It's partially because we feel like the COVID pandemic will never end. Because when will the U.S. get COVID under control and normalcy will return? Look at the trend line from January 2022 versus January 2021. Back in January 2021, most of us thought by summer or the end of the year. Now, the vast majority say longer than that. 60% do not believe we will get it under control by the end of the year, Jake.
So does that mean that most Americans are not feeling particularly good about the future?
I would say they are not feeling particularly good about the future. Are you more optimistic or pessimistic about the next year? Heading into 2022, less than a majority said optimistic. Right nearby, within the margin of error, was pessimistic at 47%. This is the first time that Marist College has asked this question in which more people said that they were, less than a majority of people were saying they were optimistic. And you know what? There's this whole idea, okay, maybe politics could potentially change this, but this is a great question from Monmouth University. Who would you rather see in control of Congress? Republicans, Democrats, or it does not matter? Look here, 35%, 33% does not matter. 32% of folks just don't even care. We don't even care anymore, Jake.
Oh, man. People aren't feeling very good out there. Harry Ensign, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you.
I'm sorry to hear it, too, but hopefully watching this segment and you and me interact, they feel a little bit better.
All right, I hope so.
There we go.
Because there's never been a better time to be alive than 2022.
I agree with you on that. We got beautiful things. iPhones, we can do whatever the heck we want. We could jump on a plane, train. It's all wonderful times.
All right, Harry Ensign, thanks so much.
I'll see you later, buddy.
A massive spacecraft to crash into the Pacific Ocean, but not anytime soon. It is a very different Finding Nemo story. Stick around.
Every day.
And we were like, what was that? We weren't sure if it was a drill or not because you couldn't see it right away. And then all of a sudden everyone was like, the school's on fire. And then you looked and there's so much smoke.
Authorities say there was extensive damage to the shop and smoke damage throughout the school. The cause of the explosion is still unknown at this point. South Dakota lawmakers deciding not to introduce a bill that would have banned abortion after 6 weeks. Some committee members worry Governor Kristi Noem's proposal could jeopardize other pending litigation on abortion in the state. The governor saying today she was disappointed by the committee's unusual move. The governor issuing the following statement, saying South Dakota deserved to have a hearing on a bill to protect the heartbeats of unborn children. We can hear heartbeats at 6 weeks, but I'm disappointed this bill was not granted even one hearing. We'll have more on this story coming up at 5 and 6 over on KSFY. Tyler, cold one for us, but just got to hold out a little bit longer.
That's right, Sam. We have wind chill advisories and even some wind chill warnings in effect that will be, at least those warnings going into
from him in particular.
Happy anniversary, Seattle Seahawks. On this day 8 years ago, the Seahawks took a 36-0 lead deep into the third quarter and crushed the Broncos 43-8 in the Super Bowl. At that point, Seattle appeared poised for a dynasty with their Legion of Boom defense and their great young quarterback, Russell Wilson. And at that point, Peyton Manning, who had come to the Broncos from the Colts, looked done. The next year, Seattle went back to the Super Bowl and was about to score the winning touchdown and beat New England, when instead of handing the ball to Marshawn Lynch, Seattle called a pass. Malcolm Butler intercepted it at the goal line and the Patriots won instead. The year after that, Manning got the Broncos back to the Super Bowl and this time they won. Manning retired with his second Super Bowl and is now on television somewhere in this country every single night. And the Seahawks have come to the end of their run. They were 7-10 this season, and again there is talk about Wilson playing elsewhere.
Tony, Peyton Manning is the greatest athlete actor of all time. He was on SNL doing Weekend Update, was incredible. You know who's not, though? Russell Wilson. Can we just have him say out loud that he wants to be traded? Every year he does the stomping the feet thing, I'm gonna leave this house. And then we have to like piece together all of these signs. Just tell us, man. We know you want to say it.
Happy trails, Brandon Ingram. The Pelican star was ejected in the
Houston station in 2001. The closest humans to this wreckage are usually the astronauts in the International Space Station, or ISS, as they pass over the location while in orbit. Until splashdown, NASA assures the ISS will close out its third decade of Operation Strong, continuing to provide critical research for an eventual Mars transit mission. After the ISS plunges into the ocean, it will be replaced by commercially operated space platforms. Our coverage continues now with Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. See you tomorrow.
Happening now, 3,000 U.S. troops are preparing to deploy in Europe. President Biden escalating his response to the Russian military threat in Ukraine as allies are anxious about Vladimir Putin's next move. Also tonight, new wins for the January 6th Select Committee. A former Trump Justice Department official who pushed the big lie is finally interviewed, and the panel is now preparing to receive Mike Pence's vice presidential records. And a bombshell lawsuit now rocks the NFL. The fired coach of the Miami Dolphins accusing the league of racist hiring practices, alleging it's run like, and I'm quoting now, a plantation. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
Good luck, everyone.
But the governor doesn't have the ability to introduce legislation. That is our job. She can recommend language, but to refer to what she has as a bill is inappropriate because we choose not to make it a bill. The deadline for the bills to be filed in the state legislature is today, meaning the heartbeat bill likely won't come back this season. However, the House and Senate could move to revive the bill through a procedural move known as Hog House. Live at the Now Desk, Sam Wright, Dakota News Now.
Sam. Firm believer that we're all members of one human family, and the more we embrace that unity, the better life can be for everyone.
The diversity sign is meant to complement a different sign. This one rolled out several years ago and helps promote inclusivity in 3 different languages. Now, the Brookings Human Rights Commission is giving people another free option with this new sign.
By diversity, you learn about different cultures. You learn about different people, and different cultures. People bring different ideas, and which helps a community to thrive and to grow.
I think that people might lose sight of the value that diversity brings to our community. And so we wanted to really highlight that. Having multiple perspectives and backgrounds come together adds strength and really enriches our conversations and our experiences.
And now there's another reminder of that in the community. In Brookings, Kelly Volk, KELO Land News.
The diversity signs can be picked up at city administration offices in Brookings City and County Government Center. A donation from Van and Bar Fishback is helping make those signs possible.
Just about every conversation I had today, we talked about how cold it is outside. Jay, it really feels colder than usual.
Yeah. Time. That's true. We still don't know that he's made a decision.
Okay, so you're not using that word.
I think I used it once last week.
But the decision now is that you're not describing it as imminent anymore.
I haven't in over a week.
Of course, Wolf, what we also know is that Ukrainian officials were not happy with the fact that the White House was using that language, because the president of Ukraine was saying that it was causing a panic in his country, that it was hurting the economy there because people were concerned that it could happen at any moment. But of course, this is clearly something that the White House is watching closely, given they have elevated the posture here by deploying these 3,000 troops to Eastern Europe.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. Caitlin Collins at the White House. From the White House, let's head over to Moscow right now. Our CNN international diplomatic editor, Nick Robertson, is there for us. Nick, so how's Vladimir Putin likely to respond to this U.S. troop deployment?
Yeah, the sorts of lines we've heard from Russian officials in the past when it was announced President Biden was considering and then did move 8,500 troops up to a higher state of readiness to send if NATO asked for them. In that vein, this is likely to draw similar comments, and that was that it's the United States that's escalating the tensions, not Russia, not Russia's troop buildup around Ukraine, but the United States that's escalating tensions. It's destabilizing Ukraine. It's not conducive to bringing about peace. Nothing official yet from the Kremlin in response to these latest announcements of these some 3,000 troops that are now deploying to Eastern Europe. But there is tonight a perhaps interesting diplomatic development. We've found out that President Putin will be having his 3rd telephone call with the French President Emmanuel Macron on Thursday. This is the 3rd call in less than a week that they've had. And remembering just yesterday at his press conference, President Putin said that he was looking forward to hopefully meeting soon with the French President, potentially here in Moscow. It's a phone call on Thursday, and we know round about this time President Macron is having a phone call with President Biden. All of this seems to hint a possible French spearheading a diplomatic track. Too soon to say, but there's a little bit of momentum in that French-Russian dialogue at the moment, Wolf.
You were showing our viewers some new satellite images of a Russian
symptoms, reaching a conclusion that, while not definitive, suggests a foreign power could have mounted attacks on U.S. diplomats, intelligence officers and military personnel serving overseas. According to intelligence officials, electromagnetic energy, particularly in the radio frequency range, plausibly explains the core characteristics, although information gaps exist. Adding, it seems that there are a small number of the cases we've looked at that had no other plausible mechanism. An earlier CIA report concluded that most cases were not caused by a sustained global campaign by a foreign power. But that led to accusations from those who have reported cases that the government was dismissing the ailments. Secretary Blinken saying in November that they were doing everything they could.
Reporting means that we can get people the help they need. And by reporting, you can help keep others safe and help us get to the bottom of who and what is responsible.
History began in 2016 when personnel at the embassy in Havana reported sensations including ringing and pressure in the ears, headaches and dizziness. Personnel in China later experienced similar symptoms, and they've been now reported in hundreds of other officials. And the intelligence community is going to hold another hearing on the subject this week, but for the moment, no conclusive evidence of who may be behind it. John?
It remains, as always, a mystery. Benjamin Hall at the State Department. Benj, thanks.
Thank you.
Now to America's crime crisis.
Department of Justice could do, but remember that in this case, we're talking about a district attorney in Atlanta that actually has an election fraud and interference grand jury doing investigations right now. And to Joyce's point, while the committee itself is not a prosecutorial body, the committee is amassing evidence that it can make public and that can be of use, including in the district that this district attorney and her special grand jury is looking at. And so really there are multiple levels of potential criminal peril for the former president with this, if there's evidence to prove what we're hearing.
Well, in addition to that, Maya, as I mentioned, we also have the element being called witness tampering, dangling pardons for insurrectionists. What do you call that?
I call that Trump being Trump, because there's nothing new here. This is conduct and behavior he engages in anytime the circle of justice starts closing in on him. We saw it in the Russia probe when John Dowd, his personal attorney, started dangling those pardons to Paul Manafort and Mike Flynn. We know that it's potentially obstruction of justice. I mean, the reality here is that we should be truly shocked by the fact that we're not shocked. That in and of itself is an astounding statement about who Donald Trump is as a person who walks our streets as a member of this society, and yet feels that he can do whatever he wants. And by the way, I do hope that folks who are at that rally understand the difference between someone promising something they do not have the power to give without having won an election, and what it should say to them that he is trying to protect himself by promising something if he wins an election he hasn't even declared to run in.
Yeah, I mean, Joyce, it's not the only way in which it seems he is protecting himself. We see this $1 million payment to Meadows just weeks after the panel started. What does that tell you?
DOJ is going to have to face the decision that's in front of them, the decision about whether or not they're going to take some action to hold the former president accountable for his efforts to obstruct justice. This is a long trajectory with him. It goes at least as far back as the Mueller report era, where Mueller laid out multiple different instances of obstruction of justice and laid out clear evidence to support them. And we see a trajectory here where Trump is never held accountable and becomes increasingly emboldened to engage in this conduct. It's pretty flagrant to put $1 million into the coffers of a key witness that you're trying to prevent from talking with the January 6th committee about you, his chief of staff, Mark Meadows. And yet we've seen that DOJ has not yet commenced prosecution there.
Now there's this just sort of tragic, almost in a tragic comedy sense, effort to dangle pardons, which, as Maya points out, he has no ability to offer to January 6 participants. But the kernel of truth there was stated by one of the January 6 defendants' lawyers, who was asked about this and said, well, of course this makes my clients less likely to cooperate. In other words, Trump is engaging in conduct that is the paradigm for obstruction of justice. He's trying to delay or deter potential witnesses from telling the truth to investigators. That's conduct that the Justice Department simply should not ignore.
Joyce Vance, thank you. Maya Wiley, we're going to see you a little later in the hour. Joining me now, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, member.
To keep JJ and John, and especially their families, in your prayers.
Campus safety officer J.J. Jefferson, 48, and campus police officer John Painter, 55, were so close they were known around campus as the dynamic duo. John served as J.J.'s best man at his wedding.
They were always seen together. Their relationship was very close.
The two officers were responding to a call reporting a suspicious man on campus when investigators say they spotted Campbell in an area that was off limits.
After a brief interaction with the man, the subject opened fire and shot both officers.
The suspect then fled the scene, prompting a manhunt. Campbell was apprehended and taken into custody a short time later. President Biden focused on gun violence when tweeting his condolences, writing in part, "Gun violence against law enforcement officers is sickening, and it must end." Vice President Harris also weighed in, tweeting in part, "We must end gun violence in America." The investigation is still ongoing tonight with assistance now from the FBI and the ATF. Virginia police are asking for the community there to share any photos or video they might have of the shooter. They say his motive still unknown at this hour. John?
Jillian Turner for us here in Washington. Such a tragedy. Jillian, thank you.
It is a half-pound burger with basil pesto, heirloom tomatoes, fontina cheese, salami, and garlic mayo, served on a sun-dried tomato and basil toasted bun. The restaurant sold 1,800 of them last month.
It's surreal, and it's very, very humbling. There's a ton of great talent in downtown Sioux Falls, and it's crazy to think that out of all the burgers that the people of Sioux Falls liked ours the best.
If you're keeping track, Chef Lance also won the Downtown Pork Showdown in October. If you didn't get a chance to try the Tuscany burger, it will be available next Tuesday through the rest of the month. Taking a closer look at the burger battle numbers, Blarney Stone finished runner-up with its raspberry jalapeno popper burger, selling 6,800 burgers last month. More than 10,000 people cast 17,000 votes on the DTSF Digital Passport app, and 32 people ate and voted at all 27 participating restaurants.
That's a lot of burgers.
I want all of them now on a plate just in front of us right here.
It's a good night to eat a burger inside as it's rather cold out there. Phil will let us know how the rest of the week is going to turn out in just.
We mandate hiring practices so that we can get real data and be able to say this is working or it's not working, because I think those things are very important. But that's not, I understand we can't tell the owners what to do because they say the owners, don't want to hire people that maybe look like us. My thing is, hey, look, these owners, if they want to get to know who we are, they can. They have the resources to do anything they want. So at the end of the day, I just think until we really sit down and say what this is, I think we're going to still keep dealing with the same things until somebody really takes a stand and say, hey, look, enough. And Brian, it seems like he's doing that. And like I say, I stand with him in that process.
We want to thank Hugh Jackson for joining us here on SportsCenter. Not only were you talking about this, it was also National Signing Day. Congratulations to those boys that are going to be joining you at Grambling State. And thank you for joining us here on SportsCenter. Hugh Jackson.
NFL analyst and former president of the NFL Players Union, Dominique Foxworth, joining us now. Fox, there's a lot to pour through in that 14-minute conversation between you and L. What's your initial reaction to what you heard just now from Hugh Jackson?
Yeah, I mean, it just brings to mind all the things that we've all heard for many years. And I think as an interesting kind of premise has been kind of put forward by Brian Flores that Hugh Jackson seems to also agree with, is that sometimes the black coach is hired for this express purpose. Like when the team has made a decision, the higher ups have decided that they are going to go into some sort of draft capital accumulation and losing/tanking strategy. They bring in the black coach and they expect him to kind of endure all of this. And I think David Culley could be another name that you throw in there where it seemed obvious that Houston was not looking for their long-term answer there, and they were expecting to have a rough run, and they brought in a coach to kind of ride this out. So that's concerning also, to think that how many other times this might have happened throughout history, that we're giving a coach or a black coach is giving what looks like an opportunity, but it's not actually. He's meant to be just a scapegoat or a Band-Aid for an organization that has entirely different plans. So I'm happy to hear that Brian Flores seemed to be opposed to it, and I'm sure lots of other coaches would be opposed to it. It's really problematic, not just to the coaches, but also to the players who have sacrificed a lot to get to that spot. To think that their careers could be cut short, frankly, because we all understand how interconnected a game football is. So, like, hypothetically, assume you're a quarterback in that situation. They're not trying to get the best offensive line for you. They're not trying to get the best receivers for you, or you're a receiver. And then you end up with stats that you can't use to move on to another location because the team is not interested in providing you with the best chance to succeed, even though you're trying to do your best to succeed for them.
Some of the talking points here that you brought up, 1 in 31 his first 2 years. He was offered bonus money, not interested in the bonus money, but his comment to Jimmy Haslam after the first 2 seasons, "You have killed my career." And then Haslam saying, "Well, make it right." And then he was given a contract extension that lasted 8 games. And then he was fired after just 2 wins. With the Flores situation, how do we resolve this, especially you being a player on the other side where you're giving everything? How do we resolve this for the integrity of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I can't resolve it. I don't have that power. It's kind of frustrating.
What would be your suggestion?
Right.
What would be your suggestion? How would we resolve it?
Yeah, I kind of vacillate between minorly optimistic and majorly pessimistic, frankly, when we're looking at major social issues like this, because there are people who own those teams, who have power, who are not comfortable, frankly, with being told what to do. And they have not changed in the decades that they've been around, in the decades since the Rooney Rule was instituted. It does not seem that there's been any change. So I'm not sure how you change people. I know this morning Brian Flores kept saying that he wanted to change the hearts and minds of the team owners. Yeah, I'm nowhere near that Pollyanna-ish about what's going to happen with calcified individuals, full-grown people who've been doing this their entire lives. And I would push back. I know oftentimes we get the argument that they own the team so they can make whatever decision they want. I mean, I guess that's true, but they also, like, belong to us. Like, we've invested in them in many ways, in that, like, you can point to stadium financing and tax benefits. You can point to the fact that they're allowed to exist as in violation of antitrust laws as a legal monopoly, in part because the government that we elect has given them that right. So, like, that they owe us something back for that, and we don't get dividends, we don't get money, we get entertainment, but we don't get the remuneration for the investment that we've made. And all we expect is that you run your organization in a fair way. And so I think that, yes, they own the teams, and for that they get all the money. They get the billions of dollars in franchise value. They get all the revenue year to year. They get to exist as a monopoly. But all we want you to do is be fair and not set up black coaches to fail, and not ignore black coaches, and not pretend like there aren't enough black coaches in the pipeline when you're more than willing to go outside of the pipeline for certain hires. Like, that's all we ask in return for all the benefits, frankly, that we afford these owners of these teams. And the last thing I'll say is probably Roger Goodell's going to have a press conference because of the Super Bowl, and we're going to pepper him with questions, which I think is a fair thing to do. But understand that Roger Goodell in the league office, like, their office is pretty good when it comes to diversity. Like, you look at the executives that they have there are plenty of black people. There's plenty of former players. There are plenty of women in vice president, in leadership roles. But he can't control the league. So when we pepper him with questions, we need to understand that any people in media that have access to owners, those are the people that you need to ask these questions of.
He works for the 32 teams, no doubt about that. As a guy that was a former rep for the Players Union, how do you think this sits inside locker rooms moving forward with players when they start to notice that teams are cutting players and veterans and and the situation with the Browns. I mean, RG3 brought this up earlier on NFL Live. He's going to join us later on SportsCenter, that he noticed a bunch of veterans were cut before the season started when he was with the Browns, when Hugh Jackson was there. How do you think this will play out now moving forward, with players specifically?
Right. I mean, the players will be angry. They see what happens. They understand it. But no individual player has enough power to do anything about any of this. And I think that's what it comes down to in any situation, social or sports or political. Like, there are people who have more power than others, and the power from the workers in this case, the laborers in this case, and the players is the same as the power anywhere else. It comes with collective action, and so that's the point of the players union. The coaches don't have the same type of protection, but if anyone wants anything to get done about this, like, they're going to have to band together. And I hope that Hugh Jackson isn't the only one that's going to come to Brian Flores' side in this, because Brian Flores' claims can be discredited if he's one person out there by himself. But you can't discredit 20 to 40 other people who have the same story. And also, Brian Flores can be blackballed, but you're going to have a hard time blackballing all the black coaches that are in the league right now. So I think Hugh Jackson is not the big, powerful coach that Brian Flores needs right now to kind of tilt the scales in his favor, but it's a start. So I appreciate him standing up, and I hope the rest of the coaches, the black coaches who have these experiences, not only join the class action, but are willing to cooperate and share their stories. And as for the white coaches, I think there are many initiatives in the suit that are suggested to the NFL. Like, I suggest that those coaches push for that also, because it doesn't just benefit the black coaches. They want transparency. That benefits everybody. Any coach who looks around the league and sees how all the last names seem like similar last names to coaches of a previous generation and wonder how they got there so fast. Like, I think there are biases that exist in this sport and exist in this world. So I think all the coaches should be interested in addressing those.
Fox, appreciate your perspective on this topic. A lot of layers to it. And you mentioned that Hugh Jackson, you hope he's not just the first coach. We're going to hear from Marvin Lewis later on SportsCenter. Thank you.
Still to come on SportsCenter, continuing coverage of Brian Flores' lawsuit against the NFL and the ongoing fallout around the league as other coaches speak out on the league's hiring practices. Plus, the latest details on Jim Harbaugh's meeting today with the Vikings and how it factors to a potential return to the NFL. Also, before John Morant takes the court on ESPN tonight, breaking down the numbers from his magnificent 7-game streak that has him stacking up to Michael Jordan. SportsCenter continues next.
You and me, partner. Center of town. I knew.
Involved, you're likely to get one of those low-scoring games. 136 now, it's kind of high.
Sacrifice your lifestyle. If you're experiencing back, knee.
Clients are likely to recommend us because advice worth listening.
She makes everybody smile when you look at that face, and really, she loves everybody. And that's what we ought to be at doing. I mean, we ought not be at casting these rocks at people that you think that are just beat down and just going to take it. Well, I'm not beat down, and I'm not going to take it. And, if you cast a rock at West Virginia, you better expect a cannonball back, because it's coming from me.
All right, Governor, let's show you an article that I found, an opinion article in The Hill, that said that West Virginia has the 6th highest child poverty rate in the nation. The Build Back Better bill would provide free universal pre-K, other policies that would help a lot of people in your state. You've been in both parties, Governor. If you were in the Senate, would you be a yes or no on Build Back Better?
I'd be no. And the reason I'd be no is I'd be first and foremost for America. I mean, in all honesty, if you just step back and look at what's going on in D.C., and you think about Afghanistan and crime and inflation and all the different things at our borders, and now Russia and just everything in general, do we need to perpetuate more badness coming? And from the standpoint of West Virginia, I mean, look what's going on in West Virginia right now. I hate to say it, Joe, because it sounds egotistical, but there's so many people that have pulled the rope and made this happen, whether it be the Senate or our House or all the different people in my cabinet and everything, on and on and on. But really and truly, when I walked in the door, West Virginia was bankrupt. And today we're pitching surpluses beyond belief. We've made education our centerpiece. We are building so many different roads. It's unbelievable. We've got pay raises. We've got everything going. tourism exploding and every
what about the
travel
poverty, though,
magazine
Governor?
saying, "Come to
What
West
about the
Virginia."
poverty? A lot of things in this Build Back Better thing address poverty, especially in children, including the child tax credit. Is there any element of Build Back Better that you'd be for?
Well, I'm sure there is. You know, I don't know all the particulars about Build Back Better. You know, but you know, there's got to be stuff in it that naturally we'd all be for. But really and true, Joe, at the end of the day, we're going to take care of our people in West Virginia. I mean, we got this thing rolling, and we're going to take care of our people in West Virginia. We don't need the federal government to set on, you know, to put us on every porch just waiting on a check to come. Really.
I've never been so healthy in my life.
He said the problem with this, among many other things, is that they keep getting more and more extreme. And so, you know, in this case, it's eventually, you know, pardon the January 6th insurrectionists. It was almost seize those voting machines. They just keep going further and further out there. It's another, I think, powerful demonstration of the danger of electing Donald Trump again.
Well, Secretary, to the point about them continuing to go out there, if you put aside the theater that is Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump and look at Adam Kinzinger, look at Liz Cheney, who have actually tried to reconcile what happened on January 6th, what do you make of the talk at the RNC about exiling them?
Well, I mean, this is the cost of admission to the Republican Party today, 100%. Buying into the big lie. If you don't buy in completely to the big lie, then you don't belong on the Republican Party. They demand 100% loyalty to Donald Trump. As Libby said, that's a one-way street. Donald Trump will throw anybody and everybody under the bus as soon as it makes sense for him politically.
NFL head coach responsible for the explosive allegations of racist hiring practices within the league spoke out today in a series of media appearances, including ESPN's Get Up. Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores filed a federal class action lawsuit on Tuesday against the NFL. Among other things, he alleges he was subjected to a sham interview for the New York Giants head coaching vacancy this offseason and was offered money by his old boss, Dolphins owner Stephen Ross, in exchange for tanking. John Barr has more in tonight's SportsCenter report on
first place. Let's go over to Scott Plummer, our
We didn't have to file a lawsuit for the world to know that there's an issue from a hiring and firing practices in the National Football League.
In a far-reaching interview Wednesday, former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores spoke about the moment he learned through an awkward text message exchange with Patriots head coach Bill Belichick that he was heading to an interview for a New York Giants head coaching job that was already filled.
Disbelief, humiliation.
Kick pain in the Asper cream.
Great Broadway Musicals is back in a new production that is magnificent and life.
Our communities are being destroyed by the illegal fentanyl that continues to pour across our southern border.
To run for office, I called Clifford and said, "Will you support me?"
He's in Arlington, Virginia.
Starting today, schools in Virginia's Loudoun County are suspending students like Caroline and Laura Thomas, who refuse to wear masks on school grounds.
So if we don't stand up now, we don't start the change, then it's never going to happen, and it's just going to snowball into something even bigger.
The students say,
just look inward. You also have to look at what's happening in foreign policy. But there's a growing movement among especially Republicans in the House and especially
This morning says the Premier Center is unable to have ice in place this weekend due to a failure in its ice-making plant. The Stampede was scheduled to take on Omaha and Sioux City. They're working with the teams to reschedule those games.
Well, as the calendar has moved to February, it's time to look at the top plays from last month. January's top play featured a nearly full-court shot by Platte Geddes' Jackson Newman. Yeah. This shot helped lift the Black Panthers past Gregory. You can see the rest of January's top plays by visiting this KELOLAND.com original online right now.
Those are always such exciting moments. Well, for our fifth thing, here's a final check of our forecast.
All right, Bridget, it is cold out there. There are the current temperatures, but temps are going to drop like a rock tonight. We'll be sub-zero tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, highs like today, only the low teens in eastern KELO land.
That's it for us.
Have a great evening, everyone.
Tonight, we've got the very latest on that monster winter storm that is stretching over 2,000 miles and bringing dangerous travel conditions to more than a dozen states. Treacherous travel across the country with heavy snow, freezing rain, and ice causing accidents and canceling more than 5,000 flights. And the weather threat continues through the week. We'll have the forecast. Deploying troops to Eastern Europe. The Pentagon's big announcement. 3,000 U.S. service members move closer to Ukraine as new satellite pictures show Russian troops amassing on the border. COVID and kids. Tonight, the new numbers on just how many of America's children are getting vaccinated. Racial discrimination in the NFL. Why the former head coach of the Miami Dolphins is suing the league and 3 football teams. Gun violence in America. Our exclusive interview with the acting ATF director. Why untraceable guns are a big factor in rising crime.
This is a ghost gun. We're going to try it out.
CNN in turmoil. After Chris Cuomo's firing, the president of the network resigns over a consensual relationship with a coworker. And overcoming adversity. How one man wants to pay it forward.
This is the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, reporting from the nation's capital.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us as we follow a number of big news stories tonight. And we want to begin with a dangerous winter storm moving across the nation with a
CNN President Jeff Zucker abruptly resigning today after leading the network for nearly a decade, stepping down after he said he failed to disclose a consensual relationship with a top executive. There was news tonight after multiple bomb threats targeting more than a dozen historically black colleges and universities. The FBI now investigating these cases as hate crimes, and the new leads already in tonight. And this question this evening, what do Dolly Parton, Duran Duran, and Lionel Richie suddenly have in common?
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening, and it's great to have you with us here on a Wednesday night. And as we come on the air tonight, those states of emergency already, this massive winter storm threatening more than 130 million Americans. In fact, 36 states on alert at this hour for ice, snow, freezing rain, and then brutal cold.
Interviewed Giants coordinator Patrick Graham, as well as Rams OC Kevin O'Connell, as well as DC Raheem Morris. More, thank you so much. El?
You mentioned National Signing Day, right? How about Texas A&M? They had the top class in December, and some other dominoes fell today. 5-star linebacker Harold Perkins, the 4th-ranked prospect in the ESPN 300 rankings, had originally committed to the Aggies, but he later decommitted, and he's now on his way to Baton Rouge. He's going to play for Brian Kelly at LSU. And
hopefully 5-star guy.
Yeah.
Listening, Higbee's probably going to be out with an injury. You get down on the goal line, you need somebody to throw the ball to. Let's get 99 in the backfield. Get the guy a touchdown along with a couple sacks. How's that sound? Refrigerator.
Offering to pay the big guy, Joe Biden himself.
This is American power come to do business, and Joe Biden was assisting at every stage.
Judge Janine Pirro hosts.
Progressive has you covered with protection starting at $79 a year.
In St. Louis.
We've gotten now only to 13 degrees for the official high. Temperatures over these next few days will slowly be getting
position, and you have others who have been around in the league and are esteemed as assistant coaches among the group of black head coaches who are not getting those same opportunities. And then you have some very accomplished black head coaches who have been fired, such as Jim Caldwell in Detroit. And the Lions, as you know, as a football fan, both before Caldwell got there and after, have not been very good. But he had a winning record in 3 or 4 seasons that he was there, and he had taken the Colts to a Super Bowl prior to that, and he's gone. Now, each individual case doesn't prove the larger point, but when you put it all together, the larger point is undeniable. And nobody is saying that it has to be 50-50 or that the number of black head coaches has to parallel the roughly 70% of black players who make up the league. But when you've got 1 of 27 or 3 of 32 at the end of this regular season, that just ain't good enough, despite the fact that the Rooney Rule now stipulates they actually bolstered it a little bit a few months ago. It used to be that you had to have a serious interview with at least one minority candidate for head coach, offensive and defensive coordinator, and general manager. Now they upped it to 2 a few months ago. We'll see if there's any subsequent improvement in their record.
Flores also says that the Dolphins owner, Stephen Ross, offered to pay him to purposefully lose games in order to get a higher draft pick. Is that a common occurrence in the NFL?
Not so far as we are aware. And if this is true, leave the allegations, serious as they are, of systemic racism aside. If that allegation is true, and Hugh Jackson, now the coach at Grambling, was the coach of the Browns when they were really a woebegone team, and he says that Browns management pressured him to lose games so that they could improve their draft position. So if these allegations are correct, the penalties against those owners would be severe, even to the point where it might be possible that they would be forced to divest themselves of the team. If you're paying somebody or pressuring somebody to lose games, that obviously goes right to the integrity of it. And now, with the proliferation of legalized gambling, if leagues don't have an ironclad kind of assurance from their fan base and from those who might wager on games that the games themselves are on the up and up, that's a very, very serious problem.
It certainly is, and maybe even potentially some criminal elements as well. Bob Costas, thank you very, very much. Bob Costas, our CNN contributor.
All right, Wolf.
Thank you. Just ahead, I'll speak with one expert who says he's more optimistic right now about COVID than at any other point since the pandemic actually.
These skies just last weekend. With tensions rising in Ukraine, the aim is to reassure NATO partners while keeping Russia on watch. The Pentagon has made clear no U.S. combat troops would be sent to Ukraine itself. Today, Russia called the deployment of American forces destructive and unjustified. Nora?
Charlie DAKOTA, thank you. Turning now to COVID, the CDC said today that people who are not vaccinated are 97 times more likely to die from COVID than those who are vaccinated and boosted. COVID deaths remain at their highest level in nearly a year and have now surpassed the worst days of the autumn surge caused by the Delta variant. CBS's Nancy Chen has more.
Install beautiful tub.
We want to do more.
And what better place to chase those ambitions than Sioux Falls, where Central Payments has opened its new office. The LLC also doubling its staff to around 70, with new employees like Jen Miller, who serves as Employee Success Manager.
Trent is a leader that really values people. He saw the need to be able to support their people as they're growing. Change is very hard.
Miller previously left her profession as a licensed funeral home director and mortician to pursue new opportunities and was recruited by Sorby.
Coming from such a different background, molding to other things, I thought I could really bring in culture, leadership component, and build these teams up that are really excited to become more.
Stories similar to Central Payments have become common in Sioux Falls.
I think we have a good environment here. We have a lot of camaraderie between our businesses. They're willing to help each other out. So I think when you look at businesses, they compete, but they're also friends, and I think that makes us unique.
In addition to Central Payments, Sorby operates Falls FinTech, which is just located right across the hallway, which is also a program that's 12 weeks long, designated to accelerate market readiness for early-stage financial technology startups. For more information about that program, as well as entrepreneurship in Sioux Falls, head on over to your Dakota News Now app. Sam?
Scott, thank you. The Stampede won't be skating this weekend, but not because...
And faculty mourning the shocking loss. Officers John Painter and J.J. Jefferson, known as the dynamic duo on campus. They were the best of friends. And tonight here, video as the suspect was taken down. Pierre Thomas in Virginia.
This is the dramatic moment when police track down and arrest the man they say killed two of their own. Guns drawn, police demand Alexander Campbell to surrender. This photograph capturing just before he's handcuffed, stretched out and on the ground shirtless. Campbell arrested after a brief manhunt following a nightmarish day for Bridgewater College.
2 officers did succumb to their injuries on campus.
Around 1:20 p.m. a day ago, a report of a suspicious man on Bridgewater's campus. Campus police officer John Painter and safety officer J.J. Jefferson are immediately shot after a brief encounter near a building that houses classrooms and offices.
I heard what were 3 loud pops.
My roommate and I immediately locked the door. We barricaded it.
Today, students and staff gathering to remember the men known as the dynamic duo, close friends, Painter even serving as the best man in Jefferson's wedding.
This could have been much worse if they weren't so heroic.
No, I think that, I think we all know that. They sacrificed their lives for the safety of this community. It's unimaginable, unspeakable.
David, the suspect is a former student of the school, and court records show he was found guilty of trespassing in 2017 after being banned from a campus building. He now faces the death penalty if convicted. David?
All right, Pierre Thomas in Virginia tonight. Pierre, thank you. Here in New York City tonight, another somber day, the funeral for NYPD officer Wilbert Mora. He and his partner were shot and killed responding to a domestic call for help. Thousands of officers, a sea of blue today, standing vigil outside St. Patrick's Cathedral. Officer Mora died in the hospital 4 days after he was shot, in a final act of service, donating his organs to save the lives of 5 others. We turn now to the pandemic tonight, and encouraging news here. COVID cases
To heat up. Racist hiring practices. Flores appeared with his lawyers on CBS Mornings and said he filed the suit because it's time for the NFL to change. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez reports.
Yes, sir.
Today on CBS Mornings, former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores described how he felt ahead of an interview for the head coaching job with the New York Giants.
Humiliation, disbelief, anger.
That's because, according to this proposed class action lawsuit, a texting mix-up by his former boss, New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick, seemed to confirm the job was already someone else's. It went to Brian Daboll. Flores alleges he was considered only to fulfill the NFL's so-called Rooney Rule, a rule requiring teams interview minority candidates.
To go on what was going to be what felt like or what was a sham interview, I was hurt. And,
but you went knowing that you probably weren't going to get it.
I did.
The Giants responded saying, in part, Brian Flores was in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour. Ultimately, we hired the individual we felt was most qualified to be our next head coach. The NFL said in a statement that its clubs are deeply committed to ensuring equitable employment practices and called the accusations without merit. Flores' allegations against his former boss go a step further, alleging that Dolphins owner Stephen Ross offered him $100,000 for each game the team lost in order to secure a better draft pick, which he says he refused to do.
You think it hurt your career? I think it hurt my standing within the organization, and ultimately was the reason why I was let go.
The Dolphins said, in part, we vehemently deny any allegations of racial discrimination, and the implication that we acted in a manner inconsistent with the integrity of the game is incorrect. Dolphins owner Stephen Ross has not yet commented on the accusations himself. As for the NFL, here's how the numbers stack up. About 70% of players are black, but of the 32 teams, only 3 head coaches are men of color, and only 1 of them is black. Nora?
Manny Bojorquez, thanks. President Biden is meeting with New York City's new mayor tomorrow to discuss the wave of gun violence plaguing America's cities. Illegal guns are a big part of the problem, especially ghost guns that can be easily purchased with no background checks. CBS's Jeff Pegues has an exclusive interview with the top federal official in charge of getting those guns off our streets.
Dion, it's Houston Police. Let's do this thing. God.
If you're looking for a reason why crime is spiking,
Keep hands, I can see him. What are you doing?
the ATF says unregistered and untraceable homemade weapons are key. So-called ghost guns can be made on a 3D printer. This is a ghost gun. We're going to try it out. It's something that you can produce on a printer that costs less than $200. Earl Griffith, an ATF firearms officer, says a small conversion device like this one can turn a legal semi-automatic handgun into an illegal machine gun. How many rounds a minute was that? So that was about 30 rounds. 30 rounds? Yes. So you essentially emptied the clip? Emptied the magazine of 33 rounds, yeah. Conversion parts are so easy to make that we watched as this 3D printer assembled one in about 45 minutes. Marvin Richardson is the acting director of the ATF. How have ghost guns complicated the job of ATF agents?
And you can buy a box of firearms parts and you can assemble those firearms together. And I've seen videos on YouTube where you can see people doing it in record time, 20, 23 minutes.
Last year, police in Chicago seized over 400 ghost guns. New York, over 200. Richardson says so-called trigger pullers, criminals, and gang members using guns are well known to law enforcement.
So what we've learned is that those people that we go after have an average of 8 arrests prior to us having that contact with them.
8 arrests.
And in many instances, 8 violent criminal arrests.
And Jeff Begay joins us now with more of his excellent reporting. So, Jeff, these ghost guns, obviously a big problem, but they're not the only reason for the spike in crime, right?
Well, that's right. If you talk to law enforcement, they'll tell you it's the court system at times shutting down because of the pandemic. In some cases, it's a revolving door. They arrest the suspects, and the suspects get right back out on the streets.
Jeff, thank you. All right, still ahead on tonight's CBS Evening News, Whoopi Goldberg suspended from The View over her comments about the Holocaust. And the NFL team here in Washington reveals its new name and logo.
Thinkorswim by
We still have a lot of cold air going on, not only locally, but across
hybrid indices. And
Zucker, who helmed the news organization for 9 years, saying, "I acknowledge the relationship evolved in recent years. I was required to disclose it when it began, but I didn't. I was wrong." The two working closely for 20 years. Both are divorced.
His resignation is stunning this newsroom and the news industry.
In a statement of her own, Golisk revealing her professional relationship with her boss changed during COVID, adding, "I regret that we didn't disclose it at the right time." She says she plans to remain at CNN. In a statement, Zucker calling Golisk one of his closest colleagues, and as you heard there, they worked together for 20 years. David?
Ariel Reshef here in New York tonight. Ariel, thank you. And when we come back here, there is news tonight after multiple bomb threats targeting more than a dozen historically black colleges and universities. The new leads tonight. And the president and his cancer moonshot, what he's hoping for millions battling cancer.
Avoiding triggers but can't keep
increased risk of death or stroke.
Folks finally starting to realize we're onto them, so they offer even money. Very simple here. I do not want to start the Super Bowl.
What has changed? She didn't have a good answer for that. She was asked, what is the administration looking to see from Putin that will allow these troops to be drawn down? She didn't have an answer for that. So I think the administration is really sort of fumbling about trying to piece together some sort of strategy. They want to show strength, but at the same time, they're trying to get Putin to de-escalate. And they're just, it seems to me, just sort of grasping at straws.
Amy Walter, let's get you to venture into analyzing Russian politics here. Those comments from Putin today that he said that he was being, quote, screwed over by NATO, that the United States is trying to draw Russia into a war. How do you read that? Is that a pretext to invasion, or is that him looking for a possible off-ramp by saying, hey, it's not my fault, it's them, and maybe trying to find a way out?
Right. Well, John, I think the reality is Russia has been very successful. Putin has been very successful in doing the following. One, highlighting the tensions within NATO, within the European allies within NATO, stressing or highlighting some of the tensions between the United States and our allies in Europe. And then, of course, divisions within the United States about how to respond to this. So in that sense, there is success. And the more that the NATO alliance looks, I mean, again, putting troops on the borders of those countries that we all were just discussing, sends some strength. At least it looks strong, but it's pretty clear that there are underlying tensions that are significant and that were exposed by Putin's actions on the border of Ukraine.
You've got to wonder, though, if you're Vladimir Putin and you're looking at those troop movements, you say to yourself, well, they're not going to go into Ukraine, and I only want to go into Ukraine, so they're not really that much of a deterrent. Hey, want to change gears here. The news yesterday at about this time of that Johns Hopkins study, which has really landed like a bombshell, that there was only a 0.2% reduction in COVID deaths because of all of the lockdowns that we experienced. But listen to what Anthony Fauci said about that 2 years ago.
The fact that we shut down when we did, and the rest of the world did, has saved hundreds of millions of infections and millions of lives.
Kimberly Strassel, it would appear that Johns Hopkins is in disagreement with the good doctor.
Just one more statement from Anthony Fauci that you can't trust. Look, it's great that we have a
Stuart Rhodes. They were married for 23 years, including while Rhodes was founding the Oath Keepers, before she filed for divorce in 2018. Tasha Adams joins me now. Tasha, your reaction to Stuart Rhodes testifying today?
It's what I thought. He pled the fifth mostly, and then it appears he talked about himself a lot as well. The founding of the org. He did not talk a lot about, from what I can tell, anything that happened in the last year and a half or so. He sort of pled the fifth on that and ducked out.
And I do want to talk with you about the founding of the org. But first, what evidence do you think the feds might have on him?
Well, he certainly planned all this. He certainly is behind all of this. What I don't know is, are they able to make the connection to something bigger? Did he have a go-ahead from someone else? Why did he think that this was okay for him to do, that he thought he might get away with this? Is there a larger connection? I don't know. But I think they certainly have a great case that he planned this. He planned to disrupt everything in order to, convince Trump to declare the Insurrection Act. They would come in. Everything would just be chaos. And somewhere in there, Oath Keepers would be placed in some, basically brown shirts for Trump, I think, is what the plan was.
You tweeted out that he dug escape tunnels in your backyard. Tell me more. Why did he do that?
Constant fear of the feds. Now, this photo here is not of the actual escape tunnels. This was something that got pulled from my blog and passed around a lot online. The actual escape tunnels were actually considerably more elaborate than that. They were long enough that the kids used to play in them and call to each other through them. And at the end of the escape tunnel, the eventual plan was they would lead up to a logging road out in the national forest behind the house that we lived in. There was an unregistered car that would be waiting. And then eventually we moved from there into another house in the middle of the woods, and he did something similar there, planned to booby trap the front of the property with razor wire. Another unregistered car would be waiting for a different setup and a different plan. But it was our whole lives. Our whole lives were about his wanting to escape the feds. Even before Bundy Ranch, I never even knew what it was he was afraid of until he started creating that as a reality. And eventually, yes, I think maybe they were wanting to come after them, and with good reason. But that was our whole lives.
Tasha, you told the LA Times last year that you originally envisioned the Oath Keepers as a, quote, a cigar club of like-minded libertarians. What changed?
I think it never really changed for him in his mind. I think the long goal all the time was to do something like what it became. I think the libertarian side of things, the sort of left-leaning libertarian, anything goes side of things, that was a pitch that he gave because there was a very large Ron Paul movement at the time. There was a lot of money, there was a lot of energy in the Ron Paul movement, and I think he wanted to absorb that. And eventually later he morphed a little more to the right and a little more to the right. And eventually, he's following Trump and anything Trump says and does. And I think that was actually his plan all along, and that I was extraordinarily naive.
Tasha, I hear you talk about this very coolly, very calmly. In court documents, it's noted that you testified you fear for your safety and the safety of your 6 children should he be released, that he would often brandish firearms in the family home and would physically abuse his children. Tell me more about these claims.
He would often brandish a firearm. Again, he's a lawyer, so he's always very aware of being watched. He was afraid of being caught with what he was doing, so he would never say, "I'm going to shoot you." But he would wave a loaded gun around, chambered with his finger on the trigger, all over the room, and eventually say, "I'm doing this because I'm suicidal." But this is how he would control us, and this was how he would say, "You're not leaving the house. If you try to leave the house, if you try to go to the store, I am going to kill myself because you're just so terrible. You're not doing what I say. You're not helping me enough." And this is something that happened now and then, once a year, or, trying to shoot the dog or something like that. But after Bundy Ranch, I don't know what happened, but he had a real, even worse mental spiral than he already had before that. And this was every week. And I didn't know how we were going to get out of it. I just didn't know. He seemed to be all powerful to me at the time. He seemed to know everyone. He seemed to have friends in the police department and in the legal sphere. And he's a Yale Law graduate, and I'm just me. And he made it clear that he would try to stop me from being able to see the kids, that he would have full custody of the kids if I ever tried to leave. And the threat of that is what kept me as long, in that relationship. The constant fear. It eventually took 2 years of planning to get out when we did.
Tasha Adams, thank you for your time. We're going to be right back.
Real hardware, field techs. You can basically tell.
And yet I don't.
Keep your vehicle.
Further northeast you go, some improvement further off to the south, but the improvement really arrives on Saturday for all of us. Upper 40s, it is going to be breezy that day, which is going to introduce a wildfire concern, certainly just because of how dry it's been. And even though we do cool down Sunday, we're right back to those 40s and 50s for the start of next week.
Pretty nice sight to see, too, especially how cold it's been. Tyler, thank you. Appreciate your time here at 5:30. NBC Nightly News is up next.
Dakota News Now does continue in 2 minutes over at KSFY at 6 o'clock. That's what I meant to say. Great Wall of China, live look. Good night, everybody.
Weather changes constantly. Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore is the first liquid-filled.
Tim Kent is now the mayor of New Albany and stands by the investigation.
Sometimes there's not much evidence.
VMware. Welcome change.
Fun stuff goes into your vehicle every.
Mrs. Murray, aye.
Is the middle child of 5 children and the mother to a handsome son named John and a beautiful daughter named Katya. She has
Tesla, show more of you.
An official library book. Right here tonight.
Hi, David.
The new author and his book.
One day,
Reading it to us.
I was decorating the tree, and the tree fell.
Dylan telling us why he wanted other children to read his book.
When one person sees me do this, they want to do it too, and that is inspiring.
There is now a 64-person wait list for Dylan's book. The library estimates that'll take about 2 years for everyone to sign it out.
Hi, David.
Hey, David. Dylan's parents, Susan and Alex.
The inspiration for other children and adults alike, I think, is the best part of this all.
If you believe in yourself and you can make your dream happen, and that's what he did.
And tonight, Dylan is already working on his second book.
Thanks for your time, David. Bye.
Thank you. Dylan Helbig. Remember that name. He's just getting started. Go, Dylan, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow night. Good night.
Thank you for making World News Tonight with David Muir, America's most watched newscast.
Set your DVR so you can watch us later. That's tonight's CBS Evening News. Good night.
It was cold today. It's going to be really cold tonight. It's going to be cold again tomorrow. There will be wind chills tonight, but mostly really cold air. Our air temperature, 9 below Sioux Falls, 18 below Aberdeen, 2 below in Pierre, and 3 below in Rapid City. Tomorrow, about the same as today in eastern KELOLAND, with lots of sunshine. 13 for high in Sioux Falls, 12 Aberdeen. A little warmer, breezy, 25 in Pierre, and 31 in Rapid City. Still looking for a big warm-up on Saturday. Details on that coming up. KELOLAND News starts now.
Live. Of course, is something we'll just have to wait and see until we hear more from the FBI.
All right, Joe Johns reporting for us from Howard University here in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. And to our viewers, thanks very much for watching. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. You can always follow me on Twitter and Instagram.
Award-winning journalist Lee Zurich. Download Investigate TV for
Nome tonight for their decision to not hear a
Breaking news tonight, the monster winter storm sweeping across the country as we come on the air. States of emergency declared as the storm takes aim across a 2,000-mile stretch from New Mexico to Maine. More than 100 million on alert. Rain, ice, and more than a foot of snow. Al Roker is tracking it. Also tonight, President Biden ordering 3,000 U.S. troops to Eastern Europe amid fears Russia will soon invade Ukraine. Our team is on the Ukrainian border. The stunning announcement from CNN President Jeff Zucker resigning for not disclosing a consensual relationship with a colleague. How this stemmed from the Chris Cuomo investigation. The 4 men arrested in connection with the death of actor Michael K. Williams, what they're accused of doing. The explosive lawsuit, a former NFL head coach accusing the league of racism, our one-on-one interview, and the text message from Patriots coach Bill Belichick that he says left him feeling humiliated. A rare glimpse inside the jail being called a humanitarian crisis. Rikers Island. NBC News reviewing 100 hours of surveillance. The shocking images we found. And the 8-year-old author who snuck his handwritten book onto the library shelf. And wait until you hear what's happened now.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. As we come on the air, nearly a third of Americans, more than 100 million, are under winter watches, warnings, or advisories. That ominous swath stretching across the weather maps from New Mexico to Maine. It's a very real path of danger tonight, misery and disruption as well. Snow and freezing rain already pounding parts of the central U.S. Cities including Chicago, St. Louis, Detroit could see up to a foot of snow. Governors in at least 4 states have already declared states of emergency. Right now, flight delays are mounting as travel becomes increasingly difficult across the storm zone. Let's get the very latest now, starting with Shaquille Brewster in Detroit.
Have arguably the best backcourt in the game today. And when we do, this is the Wake Forest starting 5. The game, and here they are again. They have already know what it
Ukraine's borders. The Pentagon said today that 2,000 soldiers will deploy from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to Poland and to Germany. Another 1,000 will move from Germany to Romania.
These troops will not be going to Ukraine to participate in the defense of Ukraine. The president has been very clear about that. These forces are going to reassure and to bolster capabilities inside NATO's eastern flank.
Russia called the U.S. deployments destructive. Meanwhile, the Pentagon confirmed the validity of documents leaked to a Spanish newspaper. They indicate that the U.S. would agree to talks over reducing missile deployments in Europe if Russia backs away from Ukraine. In Congo, militia fighters attacked a refugee camp overnight with machetes and guns. Local officials say that at least 60 people were killed. It was the latest violence in the eastern part of Congo in a long-running conflict between ethnic groups. Back in this country, a sprawling winter storm pushed east, closing highways and canceling 5,000 flights through
The move where this morning Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow.
6 more weeks of winter.
Predicting a longer winter with more snow.
And Shaq, in a snowy Detroit now, travel not only difficult for those driving, but also flying.
That's right, Lester. Those flight delays are piling up. Around 5,000 flights canceled or delayed today alone, with more than 3,000 already canceled tomorrow. Lester?
Shaquille Brewster tonight. Thank you. Let's get right to Al Roker. He's tracking it all. What are you looking at?
105 million people, we're talking, Lester, who are going to be under these winter weather advisories to ice storm warnings right through tomorrow. We're already seeing snow from Chicago, Cleveland, Buffalo, also back down into Texas, where we're looking at an icy mix.
This is your exclusive new reporting tonight. Reaction from Russia to those 3,000 U.S. troops. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this deployment, remember, plays into the Russian narrative that is the West and the United States that is ratcheting up tensions against Russia, not the other way around. The Kremlin has been quiet about this right up until now. I spoke with Dmitry Peskov, who's Vladimir Putin, the Russian president's spokesperson, earlier tonight, and he basically said that this is an example of the US continuing to pump up tension in Europe. Those were his words. He said that this is the best proof that we, as Russia, have an obvious reason to be worried. Again, sort of pushing that narrative that it's the Russians that feel that they are under increasing threat from a NATO that is expanding and from a United States that, in the Kremlin's words, wants to draw them into an armed conflict. There's also been reaction this evening from Ukrainian officials here in the Ukrainian capital. Ukrainian official telling me earlier that the country welcomes the reinforcement of NATO's eastern flank, but it also hopes that that reinforcement will be accompanied with continued supplies of defensive weapons to Ukraine, including of sophisticated air defenses. And so, the Ukrainians are hoping that this apparently new commitment to security in Eastern Europe by the United States will extend to giving them more weapons, particularly those sophisticated weapons that they need to defend against any Russian threat, Erin.
All right.
As long as he's acting aggressively, we're going to make sure we reassure our NATO allies in Eastern Europe that we're there.
Today, the Kremlin calling the troop deployments unfounded and destructive. It comes one day after a defiant Vladimir Putin said the U.S. has failed to meet his security demands, including that Ukraine be barred from joining NATO. But he also insisted he does not plan to invade Ukraine and is open to more diplomatic talks. Meanwhile, NBC's Aaron McLaughlin getting a rare look along Ukraine's border with Belarus tonight.
Over that way is Belarus, where there are thousands of Russian troops with only a handful of Ukrainian border patrol standing guard on this side.
And getting mixed reaction from people there.
Are you worried about war?
No, this store owner says.
Are you afraid?
Everyone is worried. Anything can happen with Russians, he says.
And Kristen, do both sides leave at least a path for diplomacy?
They do, Lester. That's exactly right. President Biden, in fact, is going to talk to the French president tonight. Meanwhile, the Pentagon saying these U.S. troop moves are temporary and they will still be under American command. Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. We want to get now to that surprising announcement of the media world. One of the biggest names in news and entertainment. CNN Worldwide President Jeff Zucker resigning effective immediately. Emily Ikeda has details.
We have steps beginning to disconnect Russian.
Smithfield is also donating meat to the event. Each purchase will include a package of meat.
Then I actually found out this morning that we're going to partner with South Dakota Urban Indian Health as well and offer a vaccine clinic from 2 to 4.
The hope is to continue to do events like this each month.
We really aren't sure what to expect with this first one, but we're really hopeful that it'll be popular and a success.
In Sioux Falls, Sarah McDonald, KELO News.
The February 16th event will be from 1 to 6 p.m. For more details, head to this story on KELOLAND.com. Well, Rapid City broke records for sales tax receipts in 2021. And while the data is only through November, officials expect even more revenue after the state counts the month of December. KELOLAND's Sydney Thorson explains what it means to the city.
Whether it's tourists or locals, businesses across town will tell you they've seen more people in their stores.
We're blessed here because tourism is the nature of our store, most typically. But we love our Rapid City folks. We're kind of gearing up, changing inventories around to welcome more growth that we've seen right here in Rapid City. And that's been exciting. You can see that just about on every corner down here.
The Alex Johnson Mercantile has been in Rapid City for years. Owner Jennifer Johnson says they've never been quite quite as busy as last year.
I retired the end of May last summer just so I could help down here.
From January to November of last year, the sales tax receipt numbers are at a 19% increase versus 2020 during that time. The city already broke the sales tax record in 2021 at over $32 million, with 1 month left to count.
That's unprecedented numbers. That's uncharted territory to have that level. I mean, you might see it from one month to another, but to have it all grouped together and have a 19% increase in sales tax receipts over that 11-month period, it's quite astounding.
Daryl Shoemaker is the communications manager for the city and says this is great news.
What does that mean for the future? It just means we need to keep our eye on the ball. We need to keep working to meet the demand. We're excited because it means that more people are coming to the area, whether it's to visit or to live here. We're excited to meet that challenge.
In Rapid City, Sydney Thorson, KELO News.
In Rapid City, we'll find out the year-end sales tax receipt numbers in about 6 weeks. Cold again tonight, cold again tomorrow.
Those troops would be in combat.
Coach.
Until just weeks ago, Brian Flores was the second, but the Miami Dolphins fired him after back-to-back winning seasons. Flores and his attorneys have now filed a class action lawsuit against the NFL and several teams, alleging discrimination against black coaches.
There needs to be a change.
Flores says the New York Giants only interviewed him as a sham to comply with the Rooney Rule, an NFL requirement that minority candidates be considered for head coaching jobs.
Well, the Rooney Rule doesn't work. That's the problem.
The suit says the team had already decided to hire Brian Dable, a coordinator for the Buffalo Bills who had no head coaching experience. It includes screenshots of texts allegedly sent to Flores by Patriots head coach Bill Belichick mistakenly, days before Flores even interviewed, congratulating him on getting the Giants job. Flores then asked, "Coach, are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian Dable? Just making sure." Belichick replied with an expletive. "Sorry, I blanked this up."
When you realized that he meant to send that text message to someone else, what went through your head? I was humiliated.
The Giants are defending their hiring practices, writing in part, "Brian Flores was in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour. Ultimately, we hired the individual we felt was most qualified." Flores also alleges Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross offered to pay him $100,000 per loss in 2019 to improve the team's draft position.
It's disrespect to the game.
The Dolphins deny any racial discrimination and write that the implication that we acted in a manner inconsistent with the integrity of the game is incorrect. Flores now knows he's risking his career.
If we can make changes to this system, and give more opportunities to black and minority coaches, real opportunities, I think it'll be worth it.
The NFL says Flores' claims are without merit. Bill Belichick has not returned our calls for comment, Lester.
All right, Gabe, thank you. In just 60 seconds, our series Justice for All, my in-depth look inside one of the toughest jails in America with appalling conditions that even a former corrections commissioner calls inhumane.
People every
opportune times.
The Stampede are frustrated too. There are no other venues in Sioux Falls for a team
for 10 or more days, and that's very difficult for some people. We haven't appropriately supported them financially or socially to make sure that they can comply with public health recommendations, and that's one thing that we've seen a number of other countries do, and it really helps people comply in a way that they feel supported and not perhaps put upon or feeling as though their rights or freedoms have been restricted.
As we enter year 3 now of this COVID crisis, where are we in the life of this pandemic? Are we any closer, as close as we need to be to having COVID be endemic?
Well, everyone should understand that this virus is not going away. It's going to be with us for a long time. So any hope that you can sort of sit it out and ride out the storm is an unrealistic one. Again, another reason why it's great to arm yourself against the virus, your first contact with the virus through vaccines. The virus is not going away, but we're still very much in a more of an emergency response period because the case numbers that we're seeing are still, unprecedentedly high. And even if, people are protected because they've been vaccinated or maybe they've gotten COVID before, we're still seeing high case numbers that wind up in the hospitals where, that's a strain on the health system. So I think we have a ways to go. The good news is, at least here in the United States, is that the case numbers are coming down, the hospitalizations are going down, and I expect in a few weeks we'll see the death numbers go down. But we have to remember this is not just a U.S. problem. This is a global pandemic. And so really our concerns about this virus and every other Greek alphabet letter variant that still could yet emerge is not going to be over until we make sure that the world has access to vaccines so that people can protect themselves and that we reduce the likelihood of mutations occurring across the globe that could sort of undermine the progress that we've made to date.
Jennifer Nuzzo is an associate professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. We appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
Well over half of the players in the National Football League are black, but you could count on one hand the number of top head coaches or general managers who are. That has been a problem for many years, but a class action lawsuit filed in federal court yesterday has cast a stark new spotlight on it, alleging racism in hiring and recruitment. William Brangham has the latest.
Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores took to the morning shows today, explaining why he's suing the NFL and its 32 teams over alleged racist hiring practices.
We didn't have to file a lawsuit for the world to know that there's a problem from a hiring standpoint in regards to minority coaches in the National Football League. The numbers speak for themselves.
Right.
We filed the lawsuit so that we could create some change.
Flores said the league is, quote, rife with racism, pointing to stark racial disparities in players versus management. The lawsuit alleges that out of 32 NFL teams, none has a black owner, only one has a black head coach, only 4 have a black offensive coordinator, and only 11 have a black defensive coordinator. That's against the backdrop of NFL players, where 58% of them are black. Flores was fired last month after 3 years leading the Dolphins, the last 2 being winning seasons. He was interviewed for the head coach job with the New York Giants, but Flores alleges he wasn't really being considered. As evidence, his lawsuit includes text messages between Flores and New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick that were sent 3 days before Flores' scheduled interview for the Giants job. Belichick said he'd heard from the other team that Flores was, quote, their guy. But Belichick then realized he'd texted the wrong Brian and admitted to Flores it was Brian Daboll who'd already been chosen. Daboll, who is white, was officially named the new Giants head coach last week. In a statement, the Giants said Flores was, quote, in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour, but hired the individual the team felt was the most qualified. Flores argues the Giants' interview process is typical of how the NFL carries out the so-called Rooney Rule. That rule was created nearly 20 years ago to give more minority candidates opportunities to become NFL head coaches. It was amended in 2020 to say that teams must interview at least 2 minority candidates not associated with their team for any head coach openings.
It was humiliating. To be quite honest, there was disbelief, there was anger, there was, a wave of emotions for a lot of reasons.
The NFL, in response, said it would defend against the lawsuit and that diversity is, quote, core to everything we do, and there are few issues on which our clubs and our internal leadership spend more time. Flores' suit, filed as a putative class action, will need certification from the court to proceed.
To unpack more on this, I'm joined by Kevin Blackistone. He's a columnist at the Washington Post and a frequent guest on ESPN. Kevin Blackistone, great to have you back on the NewsHour. So Brian Flores has 2 straight winning seasons. He's fired by the Dolphins. And then he says that he is humiliated by the fact that he knows he's now interviewing for a job that's already been given to a white coach. And he says this makes an absolute mockery of this Rooney Rule. Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. The problem with the Rooney Rule is not the rule. The problem with the Rooney Rule are the people who have been entrusted to carry out the moral and ethic responsibilities embedded in the Rooney Rule. And that is what has let Brian Flores down and a number of other coaches down as well. I mean, how could the New York Giants, their executive office, actually bring him in for an interview for a job that they had already decided to give to someone else? It is the ultimate embarrassment for Brian Flores, which he does not deserve. And it was the trigger, obviously, for him to file this scorched earth lawsuit, not just against the Giants and the Broncos and a couple other teams he named, but against all of the owners in the National Football League.
I mean, the Giants, in their defense, say they did consider Flores seriously. Maybe they interviewed him very late in the process, but that they chose to go with somebody else, and that is still their legal right to do. If, as you argue, that this is about the people who are entrusted with enacting that rule, we can't force people to hire people of certain minority status. So how do we level this playing field? What's the path forward?
Well, you know, in the very beginning, on the first page of the lawsuit that Brian Flores filed against all of these owners, he quotes Martin Luther King talking about the difference in legislating morality and regulating morality. And I think that speaks to what Brian Flores and other black coaches, aspiring coaches of color are concerned about. And it's having the same opportunities to get these jobs that their white counterparts have. It's also about being able to stay on those jobs and prove yourself for as long as your white counterparts. And it's being able to get another job again if, in fact, you are released or decide to leave a job that you already have, which is something that's not afforded to coaches of color as readily as it is to white coaches who may fail or for whatever reasons want to seek employment elsewhere. So you know, it's the way that the league goes about handling this situation that the lawsuit is seeking to change, making things more transparent, so that you don't walk into interviews that you know are just to check a box, as Brian Flores pointed out, so that you know you have a real opportunity. And that's the problem here. And so, good, he has filed a lawsuit. I mean, this lawsuit is stunning, and he's going to try and bring the NFL to its knees to reckon with this situation. You know, I've said it before, I've written it before, but you know, the progeny of enslaved Africans in this country have rarely gotten anything unless we've threatened to burn the house down, or in Brian Flores' case, actually start the fire.
It reminds me a little bit of that famous quote of John Thompson from Georgetown University, the famous black basketball coach, who said, black coaches never get the opportunity. They have to be perfect every single time. They never get to fail and then try again like so many white coaches get.
Sure, and you think about Condoleezza Rice's book, where she quotes what has been said in black households many times, right? Twice as good. So Brian Flores has to be twice as good in order to get the job that Daboll won. And I should point out about the New York Giants, they can say that in their defense, but as long as they've been around and they're a cornerstone franchise in the NFL, they've never had a black head coach. Brian Flores is from the Brownsville section of Brooklyn, where the saying is, never ran, never will. Well, he's very present to want to be the coach of a Giants team that he grew up in the shadow of.
I want to turn to this other racially fraught piece of NFL business in the news, and that is the Washington football team, which for many, many years was named after what many argue is a racist slur about Native Americans. They've now changed that name. They are the Washington Commanders, announced today to great fanfare. You've watched this for a very long time. I know you have studied this issue in particular. What do you make of how the Washington team has handled this?
Very poorly. It is with great disappointment. You know, I grew up in Washington, D.C. I grew up in a family that had 5 season tickets when they were very hard to get to go see this team play. I was a big fan of the team. Maybe up until about 10 years ago. And when I learned in the 90s about how dangerous, how racist the name was, I began to study it. I began to try and remove it from my speech, from my writing, and began to side with Native American activists like Suzanne Shown Harjo, who have been fighting to get this name removed since as far back as 1972, 50 years now. And so to hear Dan Snyder some years ago almost
This is
sound
the
like
owner of the Washington team.
the owner, yes, the owner of the team, almost sound like George Wallace standing in the schoolhouse door when he said he would never, and put it in all caps, change the name of this team. It was very disheartening, knowing that people are being hurt by this. And I've documented this in a film that'll be released and premiered in April, Imagining the Indian, about just how hurtful this name and this imagery is. So nothing was done here altruistically. This was done because of economic pressure brought on by FedEx, which is the name sponsor of the Washington football team stadium. It was brought on by the protests in the streets in the wake of the George Floyd murder, when people began to try and reconcile with this long history of white supremacy in this country, which is very much a part of the Washington football team history. In fact, if you read through Brian Flores' suit about the history of racism in this country, he cites the original owner, founder of this franchise, George Preston Marshall, and how he kept this team all white until the very end, when the federal government forced him to change the name, or change to an integrated team.
All right, we should say that the documentary of yours that's coming out soon is called Imagining the Indian. Kevin Blackistone of the Washington Post, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It is a big week in the U.S. Senate for another major push by President Biden, this time to reshape American courts.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel.
His decision to appoint a black woman to the Supreme Court has dominated recent headlines. But the president also is trying to change the face of the federal court system. For more, I'm joined by our congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins. So, Lisa, hello. We know the Democrats on Capitol Hill have a very full agenda already, but as you've been reporting a lot about it. But tell us about how big a priority this desire to change the courts is.
This is a very high priority for Democrats, and for them, a bright spot in what has been a difficult last 2 months. How high of a priority? The only thing the U.S. Senate is doing this week is voting on nominations. Now, some of that is because of Democrats' agenda, where that sits, but a lot of that is because this is what they feel is important. I want to talk to you about how quickly President Biden and Democrats have been moving through to get judicial nominees confirmed. Look at these numbers. President Biden, in his first year in office, was able to get 42 federal judges confirmed. Compare that with former President Trump. In his first year, 23. That Biden number, by the way, is a record for the last 60 years. We know that President Trump went on to confirm many federal judges. There's 3 more years left for President Biden, but out of the gates, that's a big number, and that is part of what's happening this week. I want to look at 4 photos of some of his nominees. 3 of those, the 3 on the right, were just confirmed yesterday to the district court in Ohio. The other one, Leonard Stark, could be confirmed by the end of the week for the circuit court. And you notice something else about those photos, Judy? That is a diverse group of judges, and that is what the president is submitting to the Senate, and those are the kinds of judges that are getting confirmed.
So those are 4. Give us the larger picture of what the Biden nominees look like compared to previous slates of judges.
To help people understand this universe, there are about 800 federal judges in this country. They all have a lifetime appointment to the court. That is an incredibly important group of people in this country. So let's look back, and I want to show you using some excellent graphics from the Washington Post over what the different slates of nominees look like. Here are the slates of nominees from President Obama in 2 terms, President Trump in 1. That at the bottom half there, those are nominees who were white nominees. It appears in purple on your screen. Those are the bottom numbers. You can see those are the largest ones. The top half there, those are minority nominees. And then if you look in the upper There you go. There's the white nominees there at the bottom, minorities at the top. If you look in the upper left, those are minority women. That is the smallest group for both Presidents Obama and Trump. Now let's look at what Biden has been nominating, the kinds of judges he's nominating. Look at that, it's flipped. Minority women, the single largest category by quite a lot. And you can also see that rather than white nominees being the vast majority, 2/3 to 80%, it's gone the other way. Now, under President Biden so far, white federal nominees are about 1/3 of what we see being proposed.
And Lisa, you are talking to people on Capitol Hill every day. What has been the reaction to all this?
This does hit at what we were just hearing from William in the last segment, the playing field. How do you even it? And some Republicans, they are divided, believe that this is a form of affirmative action that they say is reverse discrimination.
Pathfitter.
And Roger Wicker of Mississippi, specifically talking to the idea that President Biden would like a black female as his next Supreme Court justice.
The fact that he's willing to make a promise at the outset that it must be a black woman, I got to say that's offensive.
Right.
You know, black women are what, 6% of the U.S. population? He's saying to 94% of Americans, I don't give a damn about you. You are ineligible.
The irony is that the Supreme Court is at the very same time hearing cases about this sort of affirmative racial discrimination.
Yes.
And while adding someone who is the beneficiary of this sort of quote.
But of course, this is not new. In fact, I want to pull up a quote by former President Reagan when he was a candidate for the presidency in 1980, when he promised himself, it is time for a woman to sit among our highest jurists. And of course, he appointed Sandra Day O'Connor. On the other side of this debate, there are those who say diversity isn't just something that's visual, it is something that makes a difference. And I want to play some sound from an interview we did today with Maya Sen. She is with Harvard's Kennedy School of Government about the value of diversity on our courts.
Is important for the federal court system is that, you know, there are a lot of studies showing that judges of different backgrounds decide cases differently. So to give you an example of this, there are a number of studies that have shown that white and black judges sometimes sentence criminal defendants differently. And in particular, that white judges tend to be harsher than black judges, especially against black defendants.
This is a lot of information, but to sum this up, Judy, President Biden is moving more quickly in a historic way and by far with the most diverse slate of federal judges to occupy the American bench in history.
And finally, Lisa, I want to ask you about President Biden's making his decision in coming weeks on who he's going to pick for the Supreme Court. Tonight, he was meeting with the Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. I know you weren't in the meeting, but what can you tell us about it?
If they want to invite me, I'd love to go. We haven't heard anything yet from that meeting, but I will tell you some important news I can tell you regarding Senator Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico. As we reported, he suffered a stroke. He is not going to be in the Senate. His vote is critical to the 50-50 Senate. His staff tells me that he is expected to return within 4 to 6 weeks. That is good news for Democrats who may need his vote in that Supreme Court fight. And I think we should watch that 4 to 6 week timeline as a potential timeline for when we see a Supreme Court nominee making it to the Senate floor. 1 month to 2 months.
Well, we certainly wish him well. We know a lot of the focus is on the Supreme Court.
Orioles, right?
Every opportunity.
The governor Wednesday about the committee's move, and she said that
Republican Party, we should be open tent to all those differences of opinions, not only on January 6th, but other issues. We want to welcome people into the Republican Party, not drive people out of it.
So let me ask you about what we're hearing here. Trump is now doubling down on his call for pardons for members of the pro-Trump mob that stormed the Capitol on that day that you were there. We've also learned there were multiple draft executive orders to seize voting machines with the intent of overturning the election because they said there was fraud there. I want to ask you this in the context of something you recently said to Chuck Todd. You said you would support Trump in 2024 if he is the GOP nominee. Does any of what he said in the past 2 weeks, you know, his statement about Pence and overturning the election, has any of that made you reconsider that pledge?
Not reconsider, but the statements are concerning. But that's why we go through a process, and those statements will be held up to the entire Republican Party as we select the nominee. But I will tell you, given the fact that the Democratic Party has been hijacked, in my opinion, by the extreme left, I still believe that if Trump is our nominee, he represents policy and solutions to America's problems that I will support over the Democratic extreme candidate that likely is to emerge here, if it's not President Joe Biden. That being said, I'll be very clear, Aaron. January 6th was a dark day in America's history. I was here. I was in tears watching that go down. We should not be talking about pardoning folks that engaged in that situation. They should be fully held accountable under the law, and justice should be done. But justice needs to be done fairly and equitably, and I think we can all agree upon that. But bottom line is, we should not be talking about January 6th being something that is deserving of pardons.
Right. All of which I totally understand. I am just trying to understand better. Somebody that you had thought could be, should be impeached and has done what he said about January 6th, still says he won the election. Just to try to understand how it is that you would find a scenario where you'd be okay with that person.
Because after we go through the process as we go through the process in the Republican Party, and I still trust the Republican voters, I still trust the folks that make that decision, which are the individuals across America that would participate in the primary process and come up with that nominee being President Trump. And I would trust that judgment of those individuals. That being said, it's a long process. This is not a foregone conclusion. This is going to be vetted, and all of this commentary will be put out there for the primary voters in the Republican Party to have their say.
All right. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
It's always good to be with you. Thank you.
Right.
The number of South Dakotans who've received a booster dose of a COVID-19 vaccine sits at just over 30%. A health alert here at 6:30. It might not be long until little kids could get a COVID-19 vaccine. The Pfizer vaccine for kids ages 6 months to 5 years old has been submitted to the FDA for emergency use authorization, and the agency's Vaccine Advisory Committee is scheduled to consider it on February 15th. That means shots could be available in just a matter of weeks. But a new survey shows only about 3 in 10 parents say they'll get their kids in that age group vaccinated right away. That's up slightly from July, but there's clearly still hesitancy here and more questions from health experts.
Until we find that the vaccines are safe and effective. And I'm not sure that we can say that at the moment because we just don't have the data.
What the vaccine schedule should be is much more complicated, and that may take months or even years to optimize.
A Pfizer board member says the vaccine could be available by early March. President Biden has approved the deployment of 3,000 U.S. troops to Central and Eastern Europe.
The move following a recommendation from the Secretary of Defense and underscores the growing fear that Russia will invade Ukraine. NBC's Alice Barr with that story from Washington.
In a major shift in the standoff over Ukraine, President Biden is sending 3,000 American troops to Germany, Poland, and Romania to back up European allies.
These movements are unmistakable signals to the world that we stand ready to reassure our NATO allies and deter and defend against any aggression.
The move comes amid stalled talks with Russia over its buildup of more than 100,000 troops on 3 sides of Ukraine's borders. Russia's president insists he's not planning to invade Ukraine, but new satellite images show the extensive forces in place. The Biden administration still pursuing a diplomatic solution.
We are clear-eyed about the stakes, and that's why we've been relentless in our diplomacy.
The Pentagon says 2,000 of the troops deploying will come from Fort Bragg in North Carolina.
These are not permanent moves. They respond to current conditions.
And they are in addition to 8,500 service members who remain on standby to join NATO allied forces.
These forces are not going to fight in Ukraine. They're going to ensure the robust defense of our NATO allies.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers nearing agreement on a massive sanctions package to severely damage the Russian economy if it invades.
Sending a clear message to Russia that there are going to be huge consequences if they march into Ukraine any further.
The U.S. using every channel to head off an invasion that could ripple across the world. President Biden will be speaking with the leaders of France and Germany over the next few days as he works to keep up a united front with allies. Members of Congress will be briefed on the situation in Ukraine tomorrow. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
And the votes have been tallied. We now have a winner. Chef Lance's on Phillips is this year's winner of the Downtown Sioux Falls annual burger battle. Lance winning with the Tuscany burger. That is a half-pound patty topped with fresh arugula, balsamic vinaigrette, basil pesto, heirloom tomatoes, fontina cheese, salami, and garlic mayo, all in a sun-dried tomato and basil toasted Bread Smith custom bun. It's a lot, and it tasted very good. The burger will also be available from the 8th to the 28th of February. So to come here at 6:30, SpaceX is looking to offer more than just space flights. Now it's getting into the premium internet service game, with premium being the optimum word. Details on why that is in about 15 minutes.
And dangerous cold is on the way once again across parts of the area tonight, but it will be warming up soon. I'll let you know when in your first alert forecast.
Tyler, thank you. Believe it or not, the Olympic Winter Games are almost upon us. We'll take a look at how things will be broadcast. A look behind the scenes next.
Keep up with all the current news on your schedule with the Dakota News.
All that night, even though he made 11 of.
Yes, give us your surprising inheritance. Your odd injuries too. Even your semi-nomadic life in a van.
Stabbing out Tester Toomey.
Discover all the ways to keep your vehicle.
Saved it for the next morning to do something that was a bit more produced, a bit more thoughtful, and had sort of the cosign of her bosses at ABC News. And I think that the table, if you look at the table, there is so much learning that can happen at The View. You think about what The View was meant to be when it first started out. It wasn't always under ABC News. It got under ABC News in 2014. Back when it first started, it was under ABC Entertainment. And that show was a place to have lively discourse, lively debate, lively discussions, and to really learn from each other. And I feel like when you remove someone's chair and you suspend them, you almost take away that chance to learn. I think a lot about how Oprah, when she had her talk show, she always said on her best days, her talk show was a classroom. And I think on The View, some days you are a teacher, some days you are a student. And if you suspend someone, they can no longer be in class and learn and get schooled. And I think Whoopi being there and coming back, she'd be able to learn and get schooled by her other panelists. One of them, who her grandfather is Sephardic Jew, Sunny Hostin. Her grandfather is a Sephardic Jew. She's someone who I believe also could kind of school Whoopi throughout this week if she was on the air about the nuances of the Jewish culture.
I have to say, Chris, I was yesterday old when I found out that The View had shifted under ABC News. Is that typical for daytime talk shows? Are they typically under the news umbrella? And I mean, what was the source of that? Because, yeah, I think it's different when it's a news versus an entertainment sort of world.
Yeah, from what I understand, I believe in 2014, the ratings at The View just weren't on the upswing. And ABC News, I think the show was being shot already in New York, and ABC News just knew how to do great TV. Yeah. And the ratings have skyrocketed. The View has become very much so a news source where you're seeing a lot more politics and a lot less lifestyle. But you got to remember, Whoopi Goldberg got on that show in 2007. She's been in that chair for a very long time and was there when the show was more lifestyle, more entertainment. And Whoopi is not a reporter. She is not a journalist. We know her to be a comedian. What she said was not funny. She deserves to have been disciplined and to learn from this, but I think she should be back in that chair and able to learn and be around her co-hosts and have conversations.
See, I ran out of time, so now I have to bring you back, Chris, to talk about the whole CNN situation, because that's the other tea that I needed, but I will just text you and get that tea later. Thank you very much.
I could write a memoir, okay?
You're going to have to don't write a memoir. Come on here and then write the memoir. Yara Rosenberg, thank you very much. Chris Witherspoon of Pop Viewers Prep, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay, thank you, and stick around, because tonight's Absolute Worst is coming up next. But before we go to break, I do want to take a second to thank the NAACP once again for nominating the Readouts and WOMP for their prestigious 2022 Image Awards. We're up against some way stiff competition, y'all, okay, in the Outstanding News and Information and Outstanding Host category. So don't forget to cast your vote at NAACPImageAwards.net. Voting ends this Friday. We're back after this.
Marcus made them turn around,
and the white ones needed to apologize to the black ones. You were segregating them and you were separating them.
Step forward if their skin color resembled one of a Band-Aid. The activity I'm talking about is known as a privilege walk. It happened in the courtyard at A.M. Culp Elementary, not once, but 4 times.
So who's really driving all of this divisive curricula? Well, all across the country this week, schools are taking part in Black Lives Matter's national.
Wait for.
If this were happening in humans, we would just give up. Yeah, it's just incredible to see how quickly this occurred.
And of course, because there's no interventions, they don't know to distance or mask or no vaccines. And
there's no evidence infected deer showed any symptoms of COVID-19. The virus seems not to affect them. The Iowa samples showed they got the same variants we got, and by tracking the timing of the infections and using genomic sequencing, the researchers are certain humans gave the virus to the deer, not
21 co-chair. All right, so Horace, first let's start with this. White students line up against the wall and apologize to black students? What kind of damage do you think that's doing?
This is straight up bigotry. This is the kind of behavior that was happening in many parts of the South.
All it takes is just 1 or 2 deer to pick up the infection. They can transmit the virus among themselves very effectively. And once one animal gets infected, the virus spreads among them very, very quickly.
SafeLight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on the
married couple.
Is not chemotherapy. To exercise more. To be more.
Students and says they're the bad students, and then line up other students or let them sit and say they're the good students. This is really no difference from the separation, the segregation, the discrimination that happened at the beginning of the 20th century. There shouldn't be any school teacher participating in any event that attempts to malign students along racial lines.
Yeah, I mean, I was lined up against the wall and told I was a bad student in school, but just because I was bad, not because I was white. But Horace, tell me about this BLM thing, because I believe we've made progress here. Now state regulators in California want to see the documents. Where's the money at, they're saying? Gutfeld made a joke on the 5. He said, California doesn't care about anything unless you're not paying your taxes. Then California is going to care. And it looks like they're going to have to show something. I don't see how they can show anything.
Well, I'm not from Missouri, the show me state, but I'm actually waiting to see. Here's the thing that I did observe. How on earth could America, that's our media, that's our academic area, that's our social media, our corporate titans, contribute $60 million and not say, where's it going? How's it being used? No accountability whatsoever. The United Way, which helps people in disasters and emergency situations. The Red Cross, they get asked questions. They get queried. There's accountability.
That's right.
Shame on all of the mainstream media except for Fox and your program for not asking simple questions about BLM and their use of these resources.
Well, thank you very much. I have a lot to be ashamed of, but just not about that.
And rereading. The act of passing along worn covers and dog-eared pages to your friends. Bloom's Forever is one of the most challenged books in America. So she knows a thing or two about censorship, which is really why she started trending, because book bans are back. In 5 states, proposed legislation for rulings may soon punish educators, school districts, and even libraries for offering books or curriculum that conservatives are not happy with. In one of those states, Oklahoma, a bill sets a $10,000 bounty to be collected by parents for each day a challenged book remains on library shelves. What's up with Republican legislators and bounties? These are frightening times, y'all. A war against books is a war against knowledge. In this case, the deliberate erasure of anyone who is not white, cis, straight, and Christian.